I am sure that you feel, as Mr. Knox does, and as I do most strongly, that if the situation in the Dominican Republic should go from bad to worse, the whole policy concerned would be seriously discredited. I am sure that you will agree that such an eventuality, involving also a disastrous setback to the somewhat similar policy the administration has pursued in Nicaragua, would, indeed, be a very severe blow to American diplomacy. 98. Taft and Knox hardly needed to be reminded of this fact. If the receivership system could not be made to work, the American state would be responsible for the implicit promises to guarantee the bankers' investments they had made for years, the promises on which the entire partnership was founded. To shore up the Dominican receivership, at least in the short term, Huntington Wilson recommended that the president adopt such measures as the breaking of diplomatic relations, the forcible protection of the custom houses, and perhaps the withholding of the customs revenues. 99. In response, Taft dispatched a special commission headed by the new BIA chief Frank McIntyre and a detachment of 750 Marines to Santo Domingo. The commission's report was brutally frank. They found a very hard situation. The only permanent remedy, McIntyre wrote, would require prolonged intervention and controls, but such an action, he wisely concluded, was practically impossible. 100. By this, of course, McIntyre meant that it was politically impossible, or at least highly undesirable. Direct intervention, after all, undermined the entire point of dollar diplomacy. Not only would it demonstrate the inherent instability of the system, but it would also confirm the Senate's original fears that the United States was ultimately responsible for the bankers' investments. As a stopgap measure, the Commission forced the ouster of the newly elected president, and replaced him with the Archbishop of Santo Domingo, but nobody at the State Department fooled himself into thinking that this was a permanent solution to the problem. Indeed, the beleaguered clergyman would threaten to resign merely 2 weeks after assuming office, and he would agree to remain only after the personal appeal of Secretary Knox. 101 months later, Taft was out of office, and the festering problems in the Dominican receivership were now left for the Wilson administration to solve. Dollar diplomacy, built on years of partnership between the American foreign policy state and Wall Street, and billed as a peaceful solution to Caribbean instability and a way to achieve hegemony without congressional sanction, was failing in a spectacular fashion. In the Dominican Republic and Nicaragua, private money was used to refinance sovereign debt and to bring these nations under informal American control. Yet the order that the receivership system promised proved illusory. Stability would come not from attentive financial management by colonial state bureaucrats, but from the Marines ordered in by Woodrow Wilson. Ironically, a policy designed to extend American hegemony on the cheap and to avoid congressional scrutiny would become both expensive and highly politically visible. Yet Congress's actions came well after the damage had been done. Although both Republican and Democratic Congresses had opposed any suggestion that bankers' bonds were guaranteed by the state, colonial bureaucrats were able to develop creative institutional arrangements that effectively provided the same assurances. Congress's attempts to limit further extensions of the American empire by refusing to approve even moderate treaties, however, only motivated foreign policy bureaucrats to rely on their private partners all the more. Congress's oversight failures in these cases were due, in part, to its general indifference toward America's overseas empire, and also from its lack of independent information. What little information members did receive about the receiverships came almost entirely from the very bankers and bureaucrats who had every interest in their establishment. 102. The policy of the administration is, and has been ever since I assumed control, that of developing the material resources of the islands as rapidly as possible. To build up a country one must have, first of all, money, and money in great quantities. W. Cameron Forbes 1. The high water mark of American ambitions in the Philippines would come during the administration of W. Cameron Forbes, the grandson of Ralph Waldo Emerson and the scion of one of Boston's wealthiest families. His paternal grandfather, John Murray Forbes, had made a fortune through his management of the Michigan Central and Burlington and Quincy railroads, and his father, William Forbes, was a founder of the Bell Telephone Company. Forbes himself had been a successful investment banker before arriving in Manila, and he brought a businessman's focus on material investment to the colonial state, serving first as Secretary of Commerce and Police and later, until 1913, as Governor General. During his administration, Forbes would shift the emphasis of colonial state policy even further in the direction of economic development, emphasizing investments in infrastructure, public health, and practical education over legal reforms or democratic tutelage. He built a network of highways, new marketplaces, and schools, and a modest railroad system, and he attempted to stimulate agricultural investments for export crops. To be sure, Forbes's goals remained ideological as well as practical, and during his administration the Philippines actually led the United States in implementing a variety of favored progressive programs, including the development of a postal savings bank system and the creation of a self-governing penal colony. Yet the governor's development projects were always in the service of political goals. Perhaps even more so than his predecessors, Forbes believed that the United States should remain in the Philippines well into the future, and many of his administration's policies were designed to prime the pump of colonial economic development in the hope that improved infrastructure would make the islands a more attractive market for American capitalists and that Filipinos would somehow learn to appreciate their subjugation by a foreign power. Nevertheless, despite his personal connections to the heights of American commerce and capital, Forbes would face the familiar problem of attracting capital to the islands, the consequence of congressional restrictions on land holding and investment included in the Organic Act. Congress's continued restrictions checked the colonial government's initial plans for the islands, but it showed relatively little interest in its Asian colony. Despite the insular state's expensive efforts to interest Americans in colonialism and the expansion of American power, it could not convince Congress that such activities were deserving of its support. Instead, colonial officials began to double down on their strategy of using the Philippine colonial state's own tax base and credit to borrow money in ways that would not attract congressional scrutiny. In this chapter, I discuss the economic development policies of the colonial state and show how administrators built upon sources of capacity they had been given to govern the islands to achieve large parts of their developmental agenda. In some respects, their prescriptions for the Philippines were not especially novel. After all, the development of roads and railways, the sale of public lands for homesteading, and state-led assistance in agricultural development were all policies that had been used to great effect in the United States. Yet the unique colonial context, the restrictions placed on development by Congress, and their inability to attract capital forced them to adopt a state-led development strategy in the Philippines, which represented a far more radical intervention into the economy than anything that had been attempted domestically, and one that they embraced with enthusiasm. Under Forbes, colonial officials would doggedly pursue a development strategy that relied on state-assisted private loans as well as a series of creative financial arrangements involving its own gold reserve fund, the centralization of administration in Manila, and sales of public lands. Such aggressive economic development was ultimately seen as a way to cement the Philippines to the United States through the creation of domestic economic interests and to trade material prosperity for the support of elite Filipinos. Eventually, these efforts would run up against the colonial state's inability to cultivate a domestic constituency and the deterioration of its relationship with Filipino elites who would learn to use their own information to embarrass the colonial regime and to undermine its limited support in Congress. The colonial government's ability to remain inconspicuous and to avoid raising congressional hackles would become a victim of its own ambition. The Philippine Assembly, elite networks, and the centralization of financial control. The election of the first Philippine Assembly in July 1907 would add another level of complexity to imperial administration and play a key role in colonial politics during the remainder of American rule. The creation of the Assembly, however, was never motivated by altruistic goals. The quest for relative autonomy was a game the colonial state played with Congress and with local Filipino politicians. The assembly would both facilitate and later disrupt the goals of American bureaucrats. Like most imperial powers, American officials in the Philippines sought to cultivate elite support for their regime. With but a few thousand American civilian officials in the islands, there was never any doubt that local alliances were essential to the taxation, infrastructure, and development projects. As Chapter 4 detailed, the colonial government itself, not members of Congress, had pushed for the inclusion of this institution in the original Organic Act. Along with the support given to the Federalista Party, it was seen as a way to gain the support of Filipino elites and to deflect the criticism of anti-imperialists at home. As we will see, however, it was never a toothless or purely ceremonial organization. To gain elite support for parts of their developmental agenda, American officials were forced to cede real power to the assembly and to cultivate a set of Filipino politicians with strong ties to the imperial regime. The election results of 1907, which gave the pro-independence Nacionalista Party a clear majority of 58 seats and left Taft's favored Federalistas out of power, reveal the complexity of these relationships. 5. Although property and literacy qualifications limited electoral activity to the Filipino elite, historians have long interpreted these results as a repudiation of the collaborationist Federalistas and the creation of a more popular Filipino politics. 6. Nevertheless, more recent research has called these conclusions into question. 7. Indeed, if American officials felt threatened by election results that seemed to undermine the power base of their Federalista allies, it was not obvious. Taft, who returned to Manila to open the assembly in October 1907, tried to put the best spin on these election results. It has been reported in the islands that I was coming here for the purpose of expressing in bitter and threatening words my disappointment at the result of the election. Nothing could be further from my purpose, nothing could be less truly descriptive of my condition of mind. I am here, filled with a spirit of friendship and encouragement for these members. 8. What explains the surprising equanimity with which American colonial officials greeted the Nacionalista victory? In part, it was because these newly elected men were far less radical than their campaign materials suggested. As Forbes explained to a relative before the elections, he had questioned the Nacionalista leadership and found that what they wanted was office, not independence, that they understood very clearly that the present existing condition of affairs would not change and that we need have very little anxiety about what they would do when they got in, that they would be friendly to the government and not attempt to start any waves. 9. A more revealing explanation, however, comes from a shift in the structure of the Philippine local and provincial governments, which allowed for the emergence of a new set of Filipino elites, many of whom had already developed close working relationships with American bureaucrats. American democratic tutelage through the new assembly became a way for provincial elites to consolidate their dominance over Philippine society and a way for American officials to rise to higher levels in the colonial bureaucracy. 10. Forging a partnership, provincial elites and colonial administrators. Under the more centralized Spanish system, provincial governorships had been reserved for Spaniards. The Americans not only appointed Filipinos to serve in these roles, but also quickly made them elected positions. Beginning in 1902, the provincial governor was selected by a province's municipal councilors, making it essential for gubernatorial candidates to have a strong base of support in the provinces. 11. Consequently, the Manila-based elites gradually gave way to a new set of local politicians who could then use the patronage resources of the provincial governor's office to shore up their political support. If the Americans had not intended this outcome, they certainly understood the consequences of this very familiar form of spoils politics. By 1904, it was clear that these new provincial politicians would soon dominate local governments. Whatever sentimental attachments Taft and other officials may have felt to the older class of Filipinos were quickly overcome by the realization that these men would soon be less useful to the colonial regime. After all, Manila itself would command only 2 of the 80 assembly delegates. 12. Since the early days of American colonial government, of course, cordial relations with local elites were seen as an essential criterion for advancement in the colonial service. Even the Governor-General, as Taft proved when he dismissed Wright, was expected to balance the cultivation of Filipino support with the goals of the regime. 13. And as the balance of power among Filipinos shifted, American officials discovered that cultivating ties with the new provincial politicians would prove to be more important for their own careers than catering to the Manila-based elite. As historian Michael ColIn, a close student of early national politics in the Philippines, has shown, the benefits flowed both ways. Filipino provincial politicians could advance their careers through the support of American bureaucrats, and Americans could rise to higher positions in the insular government through their proven friendships with local elites. 14. No development illustrates the importance of these ties more clearly than the mutually beneficial relationship Sergio Osmeña and Cameron Forbes forged in their respective rise to Speaker of the Philippine Assembly and Governor General. The episode is particularly revealing because Forbes, as Secretary of Commerce and Police, had initially seen his role in the Philippines as a sole matter of technocratic management. During Taft's visit in the summer of 1905, Forbes chose to forego a lunch with a provincial governor in order to inspect a jail, leading the Secretary of War to chastise him for not considering the ramifications of this social snub. 15. Indeed, Forbes's failure to demonstrate these ties led Taft to consider his dismissal. "I thought he had made a great mistake in not cultivating the Filipinos," he later wrote to his wife. "I had told him to do so, he had given no attention to them at all." 16. By 1906, however, Forbes had clearly received the message and he dramatically changed his approach. At the October 1906 Governors' Conference, he made a point to meet with Osmeña, a new provincial governor, who was widely considered a rising star of Philippine politics. 17. Osmeña himself had forged strong relations with American officials in his province of Cebu, and had been presented to Taft during his visit in 1905, leading Taft's private secretary to note that he had evidently been groomed by the American officials here as a candidate for provincial governor. 18. A similar pattern can be seen in the rise of Manuel Quezon, a provincial lawyer, who was also considered a future leader of the new crop of provincial politicians and had forged similarly close ties with Col. Harry Bandholz, the local director of the Philippine Constabulary. 19. By 1906, both Forbes and Bandholz were openly championing the careers of Quezon and Osmeña, not only because they genuinely considered them more receptive to the developmental goals of the colonial state, but also because their personal ties to these new Filipino leaders were beneficial for their own careers. In Forbes's 1906 and 1907 reports on the constabulary as head of the Bureau of Commerce and Police, Quezon and Osmeña were the only officials mentioned by name and both were singled out as being particularly good administrators. 20. Thus, when Osmeña was elected as Speaker of the Assembly in 1907, Forbes greeted the news with great satisfaction. "Osmeña elected, as I expected, and will be Speaker, I think. It means that I shall have great power with the Assembly, if signs do not fail." 21. Both Bandholz and Forbes would be rewarded by Taft for cultivating these ties. In 1907, Bandholz became head of the constabulary and Forbes was elevated to Governor General 2 years later. 22. For the Americans administrators, the Assembly dramatically lowered the chance of open rebellion against the colonial regime, a situation that would virtually guarantee negative press at home and reduced investment in the islands. And for a new generation of Filipino provincial elites, cooperation with the Americans gave them access to the resources and power of the national government. The American-controlled commission made a point of imbuing the new post of Speaker with significant prestige, allowing Osmeña the use of the ornate former office of the Spanish Governor General and paying him a large salary. 23. Osmeña and the leaders of the Philippine Assembly certainly understood that these benefits came with obligations, but they should not be seen as clients of the colonial regime. Throughout the rest of the Republican era, Osmeña shrewdly balanced the nationalistic sentiments and political slogans that secured his own political power with the need to avoid embarrassing the American colonial government whose patronage he needed to maintain his political coalition. Just after Osmeña was elected Speaker, he moved to silence a fiery independence speech by one delegate, and during the remainder of the first legislative session he obstructed efforts by other members to propose bills for independence. 24. Furthermore, Osmina proved willing to champion the colonial states' cherished public works and economic development bills, as long as the Commission was willing to grant certain concessions. As Forbes recorded in his journal, recounting a recent legislative battle, I had kept in touch with Osmina through the day, and several times I offered him concessions to help carry the important measures along. The construction of some public work to please a deputy here or there, the work in itself necessary, and a good use of money of course. We extended the time of payment of the land tax, a very pernicious thing to do but popular with the Assembly. By these means I was able to keep the Assembly in the frame of mind of approving our measures. 25. None of this is to suggest that the relationship between the American colonial regime and the Assembly was always harmonious. Although Osmina did not permit the Assembly to openly advocate for independence during this period, he did allow the adoption of bills that challenged the colonial regime's authority. During the first and second legislatures, the American commissioners vetoed a variety of measures that threatened their control over revenue or their supervision of development projects. Among them were proposals to abolish imprisonment as a punishment for failure to pay the Saythala tax and a bill to transfer control over public works from the Manila-based Bureau of Public Works to a provincial office. 26. For American colonial officials, the Assembly's existence was acceptable only insofar as it did not jeopardize its developmental goals or embarrass it in Washington. Local politics and fiscal centralization. At the heart of the maturing relationship between the Assembly and the colonial regime were two developments that secured the power base of native politicians and gave the colonial state greater control over its economic development projects and finances. First, although Filipinos were largely excluded from the upper reaches of colonial administration, the Americans were happy to cede to them control over local politics, and Filipinos staffed nearly all of the local municipal and lower-level provincial government posts. Yet as the Americans granted more political posts to Filipinos, they made the very un-American decision to remove any significant powers from local governments by centralizing control over economic development and revenue. 27. Second, the highest administrative posts of the insular government were reserved for Americans. By 1913, for example, only 4 Filipinos were in charge of executive departments, and even these were the relatively unimportant bureaus of weather, archives, patents, and copyrights. 28. Further evidence for these developments comes from a seemingly minor change to provincial administration made in 1904 when the office of the provincial secretary, a position appointed by the Commission and often filled by an American, was replaced by a third elected member to serve with the governor and treasurer. Although this virtually guaranteed a Filipino majority on the provincial governing boards, a change that pleased the Assembly, many of the provincial government's independent powers had already been taken away. By 1905, colonial finances, most public works, education, control of the constabulary, and public health were all centralized under the Commission's Manila-based bureaus, and the provincial governor became a prestigious but not particularly powerful post, useful mainly as a platform for ambitious politicians on their way to the Assembly. 29. The one provincial post that did retain significant authority was the office of provincial treasurer, which, until 1907, was always filled by an American. Indeed, even after this period, as Table 6.1 illustrates, the clear majority of provincial treasurers remained Americans. The tension between the colonial state's need to control its economic development projects and the need to maintain the support of the Philippine Assembly is further revealed in the way that corruption cases involving local officials were managed. At the municipal level, charges could be brought against municipal officials through the Commission's Executive Bureau. Yet, as American officials in Manila were well aware, the most frequent charges, neglect of duty, abuse of authority, and violation of election laws, were often politically motivated. Furthermore, provincial governors, who were responsible for investigating such charges, could use their office to remove political enemies and to protect friends. 30. As Table 6.2 shows, Such charges were not infrequent, nor did their frequency decline for municipal presidents and vice presidents during the first decade of American rule. The most obvious exception to this rule was the apparent honesty of municipal treasurers who were brought up on charges at a dramatically lower rate than their political counterparts. In part, this was because municipal treasurers were brought under the civil service and directly overseen by the American provincial treasurer. At the same time, however, the data reveal the seriousness of such charges when they did occur. Although municipal presidents and vice presidents were often not removed from office once charged, treasurers were considerably more likely to be removed. There are many ways to interpret these data, but one implication seems to be that the colonial state cared far less about stamping out corruption in local Filipino politics than protecting its own revenue and development projects. Their rhetoric about democratic tutelage notwithstanding, the American colonial officials were willing to turn a blind eye to local corruption as long as it did not infringe upon the insular government's goals or rob it of revenue. As we will see, once the Assembly did begin to exert more control over these areas of colonial administration, its relations with the American regime significantly deteriorated. Colonial infrastructure, highways, railroads, and private money. Despite their later disagreements over control of national revenues, U.S. officials and Filipino elites were in agreement about the importance of public works projects. As discussed in Chapter 4, the colonial administrators, led by Taft, were certain that improved infrastructure held the key to developing the Philippines even before they had set foot in Manila. Opening up the island's rich interior to development required the construction of new roads and, more importantly, a system of railroads. For Americans who had come of age during America's own railway boom, their faith in railroads as a key part of economic development is unsurprising. If railroads could lead to the development of the United States, insular bureaucrats reasoned, they could also lead to development in the Philippines. Given the reluctance of American business to enter the colonial market and Congress's refusal to appropriate funds or even guarantee colonial bonds, however, these officials would need the support of American investment firms, and these private partnerships would be forged in the service of the colonial state's developmental ideology. Roads and highways. Spanish neglect had left the Philippines with terrible roads that were practically impassable during the long rainy season, an unfortunate problem that dramatically increased the costs of agricultural exports. Because of this, an extensive network of new roads connecting agricultural regions to railways and ports was seen as essential to the success of the colonial government. Without roads, the colonial officials' dreams of attracting large-scale agricultural plantations and stimulating Philippine exports, developments that were all seen as essential to the material prosperity of the colony, would be impossible. Forbes, in particular, accorded the highway projects the highest priority. "It is my magnum opus," he wrote of his 1906 road-building proposal. "And if I should fail in everything else here, and this go into effect, I should not have been here in vain. It means the difference between good roads and bad, between prosperity and failure. It spells progress of the most absolutely vital sort that will increase the wealth of the country annually anywhere from 10 to 20 times the amount spent." 31. Yet, as Forbes himself asked an assembly of provincial governors, how are we going to get them? 32. As usual, a lack of revenue was the principal problem. Forbes's solution, which would prove to be deeply unpopular, was the resurrection of the hated Spanish corvée system, which required all able-bodied men to devote 5 days to road work or pay a tax. The adoption of the bill was contingent on its acceptance by provincial governors, but with the 1907 elections approaching, not a single governor was willing to risk the political fallout that would surely have accompanied this controversial measure. A new act, passed in May 1907, proved more palatable. The so-called double say-the-la law allowed provincial governors to double the local tax and to add the extra money to a road and bridge fund. As an extra inducement to secure passage of this measure, the Commission agreed to provide a 10% bonus to a province's road account and a 5% increase. in its school budget that would be paid out of a newly created 1.2 million Cuban pesos fund. 33 Within a year, 27 of the 31 provinces had adopted the measure. Finally, in exchange for Forbes's assistance in fending off an attack from the Federalistas, now operating as the Progresistas, Osmeña had secured its adoption as a permanent feature of the colonial revenue system in 1910. 34 Unlike many of the colonial states' development projects, road construction gained the wide support of Filipino legislators who were more than happy to take credit for money pumped into their constituencies, especially when the investments came in the form of state-owned highways and not from private American capitalists. Indeed, during the Second Philippine Legislature over 10% of the bills passed were for local public works projects, and some provincial governors and municipal authorities went so far as to secure voluntary labor to speed the construction of local roads. Unlike their supervision of revenue matters, however, American colonial authorities were less concerned with involving themselves in local politics or with understanding why, exactly, local citizens might want to freely contribute time on the road gangs. We always suspect their voluntary labor is brought about by a somewhat free use of the municipal police, Forbes noted, but as the result is roads, it is not necessary to analyze too closely all the steps leading up to them. 35 Through these new measures, provincial governments spent more than 2 million Cuban pesos between 1908 and 1913, which, when combined with the annual appropriations from the insular state that ranged from 1 Cuban peso and 50 cents to 2.2 million Cuban pesos, provided for the funds to begin construction of the new road system. 36 And it was in road construction that the colonial state excelled. As figure 6.1 shows, the mileage of all improved roads grew dramatically during the colonial period, growing from fewer than 500 miles of first-class highways in 1908 to more than 1,500 miles just 6 years later. In choosing where to build the new roads, colonial officials at the Bureau of Public Works went to great lengths to demonstrate that their methods for allocating funds were scientific. As Forbes later recalled, in order to ascertain what roads were most urgently needed, computers were engaged to count the number of wheels which passed over each road in each province and report the result. The road carrying the greatest traffic received the first attention of the Bureau. The Bureau of Public Works went into the consideration of the proposed road improvement with scientific thoroughness. The value of the services to be performed by the road was computed, the cost of the road estimated, and the two figures compared, and the Bureau was soon able to estimate with reasonable accuracy what projects were most urgently needed. 37. By basing their road-building decisions on these calculations, roads that already were heavily traveled were the first to be improved and developed into highways. In practice, this meant that shorter roads, many of which served to connect the major agricultural centers to harbors, were built first. 38. This, of course, was perfectly in keeping with the colonial state's economic development goals. But the road-building project was also meant to open up new areas for investment, and so considerable resources were devoted to long highways that could serve as commercial arteries. 39. Road maintenance was approached in a similarly scientific manner of which Forbes was particularly proud. Roads were first divided into sections and a local laborer, known as a caminero, was paid to care for each section. It was found that it cost about 1/3 as much to keep the road in good condition by having the caminero constantly at work on it, Forbes wrote, as it had to let the road go wholly unattended, as was at that time the custom in these backward United States. 40. These roads, however, were seen as only one part of a larger transportation network that would also involve a new network of railroads. Railroads and collaboration. Unlike highways, the colonial state had neither the resources nor the ability to build railroads itself. But railroads, they thought, held the key to stimulating colonial exports and investments by linking the various agricultural regions to the newly improved harbors for export. Indeed, the importance they placed on railroad development can hardly be exaggerated. If we can possibly get a crowd of strong Americans to build a comprehensive railroad system for Luzon, Wright wrote to Taft in 1904, it would be of more benefit for this people than anything we could possibly do. 41 In another cable, sent months later to Senator Edward Carmack, Wright was even more enthusiastic. Will open up and furnish market to large areas of Luzon now practically inaccessible. More valuable in educating people even than schools. Will increase taxable values and thus enable us to reduce rate of taxation. At the same time will furnish increased revenues and enable us to reduce if not completely break down tariff barriers to trade between United States and the Philippine island which we earnestly desire. Will furnish needed employment at fair wages. 42. To a surprising degree, however, Americans saw railway development as a key process of civilization as much as a way to facilitate economic activity. In a later letter to Root, for example, Taft went out of his way to distinguish the purpose of the new American railway from the older Spanish one. The distinction he drew was between a parasitic colonial state and a developmental one, the sole motive of which is to furnish a great civilizing and prosperity-giving instrumentality to the people and to increase and expand its benefits to the public by offering a reasonable compensation to the private capital employed, proportioned to the risk, and without hope or expectation of substantial profit to the treasury. 43 As with modern highways, hygiene, and a civil service, railroads were seen as essential to the modern nation they hoped to construct. Despite the difficulties involved in railroad construction throughout much of the Philippines, Commission authorities dreamed of an extensive railway system running the length of Luzon linked with connecting lines in the Visayan Islands by a ferry system. At the time, however, the Philippines had only one narrow-gauge railroad that ran from Manila to Dagupan, which was managed by the British-owned Manila Railroad Company. The Americans considered it a joke, absurd English engines, little 40-pound rails, English and American coaches, and ponderous cement stations, Forbes contemptuously reported in his journal. Truly Spanish, ponderous stations and light rails. 44 Yet finding American investors willing to sink their capital into a railway venture in the Philippines proved even more difficult than expected. Initially, a number of groups expressed interest, including top railroad magnates such as Charles Swift, who had already purchased the Manila Street Railway franchise, E. H. Harriman of the Union Pacific, James Hill of the Great Northern, and J. P. Morgan. Edwards noted to Wright that he was quite delighted at something I heard sub Rose, that is, that Hill will probably head the syndicate. I have always felt that to make the Philippine railroads a success, it would be necessary to have some such interest as Hill or Harriman at the head of the syndicate, because the only way to make it profitable is for the transcontinental and trans-Pacific and Philippine railway system, with inter-island steamboats touching railway points, to be all under one management. 45. Yet these early reports proved to be overly optimistic, and insular authorities soon realized that some sort of financial inducement was necessary to attract capital. This, at least, is what the Commission took from its extensive meetings with American industrialists. 46 Although there would be little success in attracting robust financial support from the United States, the colonial government tried hard. In a remarkably frank statement that seems to capture the philosophy behind the entire project, Forbes concluded, "My idea was that we should jealously guard the interests of people who came out to the Philippines and put up money, and make sure they made money if we possibly could, with the idea of giving Manila a good name among capitalists." 47 As a result, the ability to guarantee a certain percentage return on investment was soon deemed essential to the entire project. Initially, colonial officials were unsure if they would need congressional permission to guarantee the debt, a significant obstacle because nobody involved in the colonial bureaucracy was anxious to involve Congress in much of anything. 48 For its part, Congress retained the ability to micromanage the islands, and its restrictions shaped the colonial state's infrastructure projects significantly. In 1903, Edwards met with a railroad engineer and reported back to Taft. I told him how important, even essential, we thought the trunk line railway system was for the Philippines, and stated, though I couldn't speak authoritatively, that I felt it was important enough to guarantee a small percent, probably 3 on the total investment to interest capitalists. The next was the power of the government to guarantee. The Secretary's personal letter on this subject, in answer to your last, will advise you of his views on that matter. This point hasn't been gone into extensively here, but informal, Judge Magoon and the rest of us are quite clear that you have that right. In fact, as I recollect it, you believed so. 49. Years later, Forbes wrote that Root had actually concluded that congressional approval was unnecessary, a dubious legal conclusion indeed, but one that Root insisted upon for strategic reasons. It seems that Root was reluctant to seek approval because it might actually undermine the colonial government's autonomy. As Forbes later recalled, "T was Mr. Root who pointed out to me the strategic advantage in not giving the law expressly this power, as when Congress passed such a law it indicated that the implied power did not exist, and thus by presumption lessened other implied powers, as it might be held that powers to do similar things were not implied if this power was not implied." 50. As Forbes revealed, the real reason colonial officials would eventually return to Congress to request direct authorization was not because they had any legal qualms about independently offering the guarantee, but rather because the railroad companies refused to bid on the contracts without it. 51. The Cooper Act, so named for the ever-helpful chairman of the House Committee on Insular Affairs, was proposed to allow the Commission to guarantee an income of 5% on capital invested in Philippine railroads and permission to exempt from taxes the raw materials imported to construct them. Predictably, however, the proposed guarantee proved a flashpoint for the opposition. The usual objections of government handouts to corporate interests were buttressed by a new challenge that picked up on the increasingly ambiguous relationship the colonial government maintained with Washington. As discussed in Chapter 4, insular authorities had already argued for increased financial independence, reasoning that the Commission government was an independent, albeit congressional authorized, arm of the national state. The guarantees, one by the grants of lands, the other by a guarantee upon capital invested. Your committee believe, with the Secretary of War and the Commission, that for the Philippine Islands it will be much better to have the railroads constructed under a guarantee upon actual investment, and to have the lands held for the people of the archipelago. See Administration of Civil Government in the Philippine Islands, etc., see Rec. 58th Cong., 2nd Sess., H. Report No. 2227, 10. To be given, after all, were from the Commission government, and not from the United States. Yet the opposition charged the Commission with trying to have it both ways. In an accusation laced with some irony, the opposition now argued that the Commission was so close to the War Department as to be nearly indistinguishable from it, a fact, the opposition asserted, that made the Commission's guarantees really guarantees by the U.S. government. As showing how completely the Philippine Commission, upon which is conferred the nominal authority to make these guarantees of interest, is dominated by the War Department, we call attention to the following telegram sent by Secretary Root to Governor Wright in connection with legislation had upon another subject, but directed from Washington. It strongly enforces, we think, the contention that the legislative acts of the Philippine Commission are little else than the acts of the War Department. If this be true, then it would seem to follow that the moral obligation of the Philippine Islands, to pay interest on an indebtedness such as that proposed in this section, is, to say the least, no greater than that of the United States. Wright, Manila. Recommendation Philippine Commission, that Bates Agreement with Moros be declared no longer in force, upon grounds referred to in report of the civil governor, is approved in principle. A statute declaring and containing the legislation necessary in consequence of this abrogation, and having recitals carefully drawn, should be prepared and passed to third reading by Commission and then forwarded to the Secretary of War for his approval in advance of its enactment. Route 52. This, the opposition may have reasoned, would be an argument that would find favor even among members who were not opposed to the American presence in the Philippines. Insular authorities, however, were in a much better position to defend their legislation than they were a few years before. The bill was successfully reported out of committee, but not without a great deal of arm twisting and promises from Secretary Taft. As Edwards reported to Wright back in Manila, Secretary Taft and myself are duplicating your experience with Congress when you were here last, except the Secretary has got them mollified. He is allowing Culberson to pick out a man to send over to West Point on the Board of Visitors, tickled Carmack, patted Patterson the back, and I shouldn't wonder, if Tillman wasn't sick in bed, but what he would have him to. 53. The floor of the House, however, would not be so easy to cajole, and Taft and Edwards knew that they would need to amend Section 4, the controversial section that guaranteed a 5% return on capital investments. But in order to break the compromise, they would need to learn just what would be acceptable to New York. By this point, the relationship between the BIA and Wall Street had become decidedly cozy. The addition of Forbes, who was enlisted to accompany Root on his meeting with J.P. Morgan even before he left for Manila, to the commission helped. But after the large bond sales and early negotiations for railway investment, Edwards, too, had become a familiar face on Wall Street. Indeed, as he bragged to Wright, one or two of the ambitious financial concerns who think they are going to get the franchises for the trunk line railroads are flattering me by asking me if I won't resign, and at a big salary and manage the proposition in the Philippines. I wonder if I could get along with the commission if I should take them up. 54. By the fall of 1904, Edwards's letters back to Manila about the railway negotiations make him sound more like an investment banker than a colonel in the U.S. Army. Forbes has undoubtedly told you of Mr. Roots and his talk with J.P. Morgan, but as far as I can find out, the man who is more actively interested in the venture is Mr. Perkins, Mr. Morgan's partner. They maintain here, or at least I am told they do, an agent, Mr. William C. Sear. He tells me he is a direct agent of Mr. Perkins. I spoke to Mr. Forbes about this man, but young Jack Morgan didn't seem to know who he was. However, Mr. Beer I knew at West Point. He was there a couple of years with me, but didn't get through, and now has gone out and done very well in New York. He represents McCall of the New York Life and Mr. Perkins of J.P. Morgan and Company. 55. To know what compromise on the Cooper Act would be acceptable to Wall Street, the Commission first had to generate interest among American capitalists in backing the railway. Under the advice of Sir William Van Horn, the builder of the Canadian Pacific, the Commission had earlier commissioned a survey of the Luzon lines, and this report was now privately sent to a number of top Wall Street firms. Initially J.P. Morgan & Co., James J. Hill, the Guarantee Trust, and Lee, Higginson and Company had all expressed some interest, but Spire Brothers eventually emerged as the most likely partner. 56. This was fine with Edwards, who thought Spire's interest would signal to the rest of Wall Street that the Philippines was a sound investment. As he reported back to Wright, Spire, as Commissioner Forbes will tell you, is about as clever a chap as they have on Wall Street. He don't miss any opportunities, and his relation with London capital allows him to command financial situations. 57. The insular state now had two problems. Given the opposition Section 4 had generated in Congress, they would be unable to guarantee the original 5%. Spire & Co. would need to accept a lower rate, and this would involve some difficult, but relatively straightforward, negotiations. The second problem was of a more delicate nature, but one that demonstrates just how autonomous the colonial state was becoming. The Commission, it seems, had received an offer from Belgian inventors to build the Luzon lines with no guarantee at all. In pure business terms, of course, this was a good thing, because it gave them a credible counter-offer to use when negotiating with the American firm. From a political perspective, however, it was positively toxic. To accept the Belgian offer would mean that the opposition in Congress was right, firms would invest without a government guarantee. It would also mean giving over a lucrative contract to a foreign firm, an act that would diminish their reputation even among their strongest backers in Congress and almost certainly cause the Cooper Act to die, making congressional authorization less likely for future bond offerings. In the end, they decided to threaten Spire with the Belgian offer, presumably on the assumption that their bluff would not be called, but to otherwise remain silent. Writing from Manila, Wright told Edwards to offer Spire 3%, a proposition that Edwards thought very businesslike. Spire and company will cavil much about that, Edwards admitted, because when we had that conference in New York they thought the least charter authority that should be given immediately by Congress should be 5%, but at the same time, much use can be made of the Belgian proposition to build the roads without a guarantee. Still, Edwards nervously admitted, I am rather hopeful that this won't be known to Congress, because it will aid the opposition in their fight, if any serious fight is made, against the passage of the Cooper Bill through the Senate, so I am talking nothing about it. 58 The BIA's gambit proved successful, indeed, they had to give up less than they expected. On February 6, 1905, Congress passed the Cooper Law with a 4% guarantee on railway investments from the Philippine state, and allowed the insular government, with the President's approval, to fund the further construction of roads, bridges, and various municipal buildings through future bond offerings. 59 Eventually, however, the risks proved too much for some of the more cautious capitalists. J.P. Morgan backed out after the compromise over the Cooper Bill led to the reduction in the guaranteed return to 4%, and Harriman decided not to bid after hearing from his investigators that railways in the islands would never turn a profit. Even with a guaranteed 4% return on capital investment, it was difficult to find investors. As the president of the PRC would testify 30 years later, White & Co.'s initial investment was made at the earnest request of the United States government through Mr. Taft, then Secretary of War. 60 In the end, only 3 bids were submitted, one for each franchise. Spire & Company bid on the Luzon line, Swift and J.G. White & Company bid on lines proposed for the Visayas, and a Seattle group bid on the lines in Albay. The Luzon line was the real prize, and Spire, at the BIA's suggestion, had placed himself in an excellent position to win the concession by gaining control of the Manila Railway Company in 1904, the Philippines' only existing railroad. 61 In 1906, the Commission granted concessions to Spire's MRC without any investment guarantees for 428 miles on Luzon, and to Swift and J.G. White's Philippine Railway Company for 295 miles on the Visayan islands of Panay, Negros, and Cebu. The interest guarantee with its implication of federal backing made the bonds considerably easier to sell. Indeed, as Figure 6.3 shows, the PRC bond advertisement made every effort to present the U.S. government as the clear backer of the project, emphasizing the Philippine government's guarantee by act of Congress. Failure and public financing, railroads and the Gold Reserve Fund. Construction on the new railroad began in earnest in 1907, but the insular state's capital problems did not end there. The panic of 1907 made the bonds difficult to sell, leaving the banking consortiums that had sponsored the railroad bond issues in increasingly desperate straits. Spire, whose bonds had not originally been guaranteed by the colonial state, now told the Commission that he would need a 4% guarantee to sell the bonds. Fears of a Japanese invasion along with the still unsettled status of the Philippines left investors in the United States feeling skittish, and Spire soon ordered all work on the railroad stopped. At first, colonial authorities were hesitant to extend more loan guarantees, so Spire transferred the MRC to a separate corporation that had no funds and threatened bankruptcy, in which case we could sue and much good it would do us, Forbes sarcastically noted. Faced with these problems, Taft and Forbes agreed to extend the guarantees under the condition that Spire would also build a 22-mile line to the Commission's summer capital in Baguio, along with a 135-mile line in southern Luzon linking its existing lines in Albay to the rest of the Luzon system. 62 Even this guarantee did not end the MRC's financial difficulties, and Spire's constant lack of funds hampered the railway's progress. The PRC did not fare much better. Although their loans had been guaranteed by the Commission, they, too, proved a difficult sell on Wall Street, and by 1908, Forbes wrote, his situation was fairly desperate. 63 Swift and his partners now owned $2 million of their own bonds that they could not seem to sell, and were on the hook for a government contract that demanded they build 6 times more track. Rather than let the railroad fail, however, the colonial state agreed to shoulder more and more of the risk so that progress could continue. They first began to buy the PRC's bonds from their own revenues and to invest the resources of the Philippine Postal Savings Bank in the bonds. Swift and his partners, however, demanded even more help, and they requested that the BIA be authorized to directly receive bond bids, making it appear that the U.S. government itself was a direct partner in the deal, a move that was deceptive and probably illegal. This change, they thought, would make the bonds more valuable on Wall Street. Both Forbes and Taft initially balked at this proposal, yet they eventually proved willing to stretch the point when faced with the possible collapse of the PRC. 64 Furthermore, in what must surely have been a highly unusual move for a government agency, the Philippine Commission dispatched Forbes to directly lobby large American banks to buy shares of the railroad. Cooperative banks, it seems, were to receive large deposits of the colonial state's gold reserve fund. As he recounted the episode, I visited the presidents of the National Chase, National City Bank, and First National of New York and urged on them the assistance to the Philippine Railway loan. Vanderlip of the Citibank was particularly cordial and told me he'd see the thing through if the government wanted him to, and I told him we most certainly did. General Edwards was sent immediately to New York to arrange about deposits of government funds with the banks that helped. The bankers were highly elated and the sale went off very well, and 9 million of subscriptions were received for 4 million of bonds, so that some of the subscribers had to be reduced. 65. Such direct interventions, as Forbes later noted, just about saved Swift's bacon. 66 But although the BIA did manage to keep the company afloat, it still remained insecure. Year after year, the PRC cost the Commission hundreds of thousands of dollars to cover interest payments on the guaranteed bonds. Despite these rising costs, Commission authorities went out of their way to defend the PRC, especially when criticism seemed likely to make its way back to Washington. In one case, a new insular auditor arrived to track the PRC's progress for the Secretary of War and produced a scathing report, which implied in muted bureaucratic language that the PRC was hopelessly mismanaged and possibly corrupt. Both statements were almost certainly true. By 1911, the auditor noted, it was charging $60,000 per mile of track, an astronomical sum when compared to the more reasonable $25,000 per mile charged by the MRC. Such cost overruns were, of course, all the more disturbing because the Philippine government was obliged to pay 4% interest on the PRC's bonded indebtedness, which amounted to nearly $2,500 in annual interest payments for every mile of track constructed. Furthermore, the reported noted, the PRC's main Cebu line runs along a narrow coast of land and there is hardly a mile of it but what you are so close to the sea that you could throw a stone from the car window into the water. This seemed to call into question the entire point of the railroad, not only because sea travel was often cheaper, but also because it ran parallel to a fine public road, built at great expense to the government. 67 Yet rather than sanction the PRC, the BIA and Philippine Commission came to its defense. Frank McIntyre, the second in command at the BIA, composed a furious reply to the auditor's report and ordered him back to Washington. This road has not shown up well in earnings, McIntyre conceded, but neither has the Philippines progressed as rapidly as it is hoped these islands will progress. It is only reasonable to believe that with reasonable progress, a railroad running through the densely settled east coast of Cebu will pay. 68 Nevertheless, by 1911, with no end to the financial difficulties in sight, the Commission agreed to let the White Syndicate postpone the construction on the planned lines in Negros and Panay. 69 Clearly, even these more aggressive forms of assistance were not enough to speed along the development of the railroad projects, and by 1911 insular officials were looking for ways to extract even more money from their limited resources. The largest previously untapped source of revenue was the colonial state's gold reserve fund, which had been set up by Charles Conant when the Philippine peso was converted into a gold standard currency. As discussed earlier, the gold reserve fund had already been used as an inducement to private bankers to buy the bonds of favored development companies. But colonial officials now began to wonder if they could leverage these funds to offer even more aggressive financial support to the railroad and other public works projects. Indeed, use of the gold reserve fund seemed to solve two problems. First, it would not require permission from Congress, which would save the Philippine Commission from engaging in costly lobbying efforts. Second, it seemed to offer a more robust form of support to the private railroad companies whose bonds had not sold as well as expected. In December 1911, the Commission, with the consent of the Philippine Assembly, passed a radical change in the law governing its own gold reserve fund. In the future, the fund would be fixed at 35% of the circulating currency, causing any money over that limit to be transferred directly into the Philippine Treasury. As Forbes noted in a letter to the Secretary of War, his liberates immediately the amount of 2,751,897.73 Cuban pesos, which has enabled me to release 800,000 Cuban pesos for roads, 400,000 Cuban pesos for port works, and some other money for important public improvements. 70 In a more controversial move, however, the act authorized the Commission to lend up to 50% of the remaining gold deposits to the railroads and other public works projects. 71 Now the Commission could use the money pledged to support its currency to fund its development projects. In part, the urgency of the loan served to protect Forbes's cherished railway route to the Baguio summer capital, which was seen as an essential addition if Americans were to remain in the islands. 72 With the use of its gold reserve fund, the colonial state could lend money to the railroads directly without the need for further bond authorizations or congressional approval to guarantee interest. Other improvements received gold reserve money, too, including municipal markets and water works systems, although as the Cebu Advertiser noted, the policy of the insular government to give decided preference at this time to revenue-producing projects. 73 Thus, Forbes noted, there was no chance of failure on the part of the municipality to repay. The policy was admirable and worked out perfectly. 74 As we will see in Chapter 7, such confidence would lead the colonial government to a state of near collapse in the future. Despite the difficulties in securing capital, the railroads were a moderate success, albeit hardly on the scale of the more grandiose schemes that had first been proposed. As Figure 6.2 shows, between 1907 and 1913, railroad mileage did grow from 122 to 608. That these railway extensions were built at all was due to the work of the BIA in enticing American capital to the islands. There were certainly no calls from Congress for a network for railroads in the Philippines. Yet rather than serving at the pleasure of American capitalists, these Republican officials began a process that required more and more state intervention into the colonial economy. Understanding their actions requires us to remember that the development of the Philippines represented far more than an economic endeavor. Far from trying to make money on the railroad as colonial governor, Forbes was anonymously donating funds from his vast personal fortune to assure that it remained viable. In one 1912 letter to the insular auditor, he enclosed a $5,000 personal check to be deposited to the credit of the PRC itself. But he was hardly anxious for it to become known that the railroad was in such desperate financial straits that it was now receiving charitable contributions from the Governor-General himself. Thus, as he noted in his letter, it is my desire that nobody know the source of this subscription. 75 It represented, for them, a test of modern theories of government and economic development, as well as a broader test of American ingenuity. That certain tenets of market capitalism would need to be sacrificed in order to make it succeed was justified as a short-term stimulus for future development. Yet as we will see in Chapter 7, the decision to invest colonial funds directly into the failing railroads would leave the colonial government further dependent on borrowing and currency manipulation to achieve its goals. The regime's autonomy and its ideological commitment to infrastructure and development, one that would approach near hysterical levels, would soon come at the expense of its own stability. Stimulating production, plantation agriculture and the Friar Lands investigation. Forbes's elevation in 1909 to Governor General coincided with the passage of the Payne-Aldrich Act, which, as discussed in Chapter 4, removed most tariffs on trade between the Philippines and the United States. Although this was ultimately seen as beneficial to the Philippine economy, its most immediate effect was to threaten insular customs revenues that had previously been collected on imports from the United States. 76 We are entering upon a period which can only be regarded as experimental, Forbes wrote to Edwards, in a letter that also noted that the expected annual loss to the insular treasury would be somewhere between $1.50 and $2.5 million. 77 The fear was that such revenue losses would threaten the public works projects, many of which were still in their planning stages, and Forbes proposed borrowing another $5 million to prop them up. 78 In the end, this did not prove necessary. The elimination of the tariffs led almost immediately to a dramatic increase in trade. I am happy to be able to inform the legislature that the expected reduction in revenues has not taken place, Forbes reported in the spring of 1910, and that I have been able to authorize the construction of the various public works. 79 As Figure 6.4 shows, trade with the United States as a percentage of total trade had remained relatively flat since the passage of the Organic Act, hovering around 25%. But 1 year after the Payne-Aldrich tariff was adopted, it topped 40%. Furthermore, the feared drop in customs receipts had not damaged the Commission's revenues, and the collection of duties actually increased as imports from the United States jumped 13%. As the Commission reported, this gives us a fair reason to hope that the increased purchasing power of the people, as a result of the stimulus to production and trade arising from the new tariff with the United States and the better prices for our products, will enable the people to purchase enough more foreign goods to greatly increase the imports from the United States without cutting up very greatly the duty-paying imports from foreign countries, thus leaving us with a respectable revenue from customs. 80. Despite this welcome increase in trade and revenues, insular officials remained concerned that these trade increases would not play well politically. Although they had managed to compromise with the domestic sugar and tobacco interests in 1909, they were anxious to present the islands as an economic complement to the United States, not as a competitor. In public statements and reports, they continued to put the most emphasis on the archipelago's potential as a producer of copra and hemp, two products that were not grown domestically. This strategy is made clear in a revealing letter sent to Edwards by his deputy at the BIA, Major Frank McIntyre. I think it would be well this year if in our report we should lay great stress on the efforts which are being made in the Philippine Islands to encourage the production of Manila hemp and copra, emphasizing the poor quality of hemp which has recently been produced due to careless methods and the steps which the Agricultural Department of the islands is taking to improve the quality of hemp, both in the matter of cultivation and in preparation for the market. Won't you find out if the Agriculture Department has been doing these things, because they are the most important things that it could do, and it is certainly important that we should show the people that we are not devoting our entire energy to sugar and tobacco. 81. Their public statements notwithstanding, the insular government was open to any American enterprise that offered to invest in the Philippines, including sugar producers, which, along with lumber, was seen as the most potentially lucrative industry and the real key to the island's economic development. Under the Organic Act, however, Congress had restricted the rights of corporations to purchase large amounts of public land, and this restriction made the establishment of plantation-style agriculture difficult. For years, the Commission had lobbied Congress to increase the maximum acreage corporations could own, and Roosevelt himself had made specific mention of this in both his 1904 and 1905 annual addresses. In the proper desire to prevent the islands being exploited by speculators and to have them develop in the interests of their own people, the President declared, an error has been made in refusing to grant sufficiently liberal terms to induce the investment of American capital in the Philippines and in Puerto Rico. 6 years later, Forbes still considered these restrictions on land ownership at the root of the colonial state's revenue and development problems. I think the interests of the islands have been by far too well protected against exploitation. Where the country is developed and looking for land, and where there is an abundance of capital, as in the United States, the conservation of great public tracts is very necessary. Here, large tracts are held only under previous grants, and tracts of not exceeding 2,500 acres may be held by corporations. Their limit of 2,500 acres was placed in order to prevent the development of the sugar industries, and was undoubtedly made by representatives of the beet sugar industry of the United States, whose idea was not to develop the islands but to check their development. Unfortunately, they have succeeded too far, and business has not sprung up here. Laws are such as to make such development difficult, if not impossible, as the limit of acreage obtainable by one person is cut down to an amount which makes it hardly worthwhile fooling with. Thus the industries of rubber, tobacco, sugar, coconut, silk, and cacao are menaced. 83. Yet on this issue, as insular officials recognized, Congress was unwilling to budge. Indeed, their success in attracting capital also brought more scrutiny from Democratic members of Congress, who feared a land giveaway to American corporations. They worried, of corporate avarice in the American West, and Republican representatives from sugar and tobacco producing states who feared more competition from the islands, particularly after they had been brought behind the American tariff wall. Unlike free trade, however, the Commission had a way around Congress. They controlled the massive estates formerly owned by the Catholic Church, estates that could support plantation agriculture, and they began to look for buyers. Their attempts to sell these lands, and the resulting congressional investigation, reveal one of the rare instances when the actions of the colonial state left it embroiled in a domestic scandal, as well as its largely effective efforts to defend itself. Selling the friar lands. The so-called friar lands consisted of approximately 403,000 acres previously held by three Catholic monastic orders, the Dominicans, Augustinians, and Augustinian Recollects, that had for centuries operated as a de facto arm of the Spanish colonial government. Following Spain's defeat, the Philippine Commission recommended that the lands be purchased, rather than seized along with the rest of public lands, both because they wished to maintain the sanctity of property rights and because they worried about Catholic opinion in the United States. 84. The idea of purchasing the friar lands evidently came quite early to the Commission, and was likely suggested by Archbishop John Ireland of St. Paul, Minnesota. 85. Taft visited Rome personally to conduct the negotiations with the Vatican, and the friar lands were eventually purchased for $7.2 million and financed through the first congressionally authorized bond sale by the insular authorities. 86. While this allowed the insular government to gain control over the estates without unduly offending American Catholics, it also saddled the insular government with a significant debt burden, which required annual interest payments of more than $300,000. 87. Naturally, colonial officials were anxious to resell these lands as quickly as possible, both to relieve the state of this significant debt and, they hoped, to stimulate agricultural production. Initially, there was some uncertainty about whether the friar lands could properly be considered public lands, and subject to congressional restrictions. If not, then they would not fall under the Organic Act's restrictions. One colonial official thought they did not. Dean Worcester was the Commissioner for Interior, the colonial official with immediate administrative authority over the lands, and by 1908, he was also the longest-serving colonial administrator, having arrived in the Philippines with Taft as a member of the Second Philippine Commission. In 1908, Worcester proposed removing the restrictions on land sales, a move he later justified on the grounds that limits would have delayed for many years the sale of large tracts. 88. The newly inaugurated Philippine Assembly subsequently approved Worcester's proposal, although, as historian Rodney Sullivan notes, under circumstances suggesting that its most important effect, allowing the sale of vast tracts to American investors, was concealed from most assemblymen. 89 To be sure, there are good reasons to believe that this change in the law was not even understood by the BIA back in Washington, as several letters of confusion between Washington and Manila seem to indicate. 90 Among the largest of these friar lands was the San Jose Estate, an unoccupied 60,000-acre plot on the sparsely populated island of Mindoro. 91 Worcester had been aggressively advertising the availability of the friar estates for years, attempting unsuccessfully in 1906 to sell a small piece of it to the Philippine Products Company. It was a tough sell. Even after the land-holding restrictions had been removed, most of the largest and undeveloped friar lands, those that would be most suited to plantation agriculture, were located in distant provinces with poor roads and ports. Anyone looking to turn the estate into a profitable plantation would not only need to purchase the land, but also need to expend significant capital to develop the infrastructure. Worcester needed to find a group of investors with significant resources, and in 1909 he thought he had found just the right company. Edward L. Poole, a former sugar plantation manager in Hawaii and Cuba, arrived to discuss the purchase of the property as an agent for the Mindoro Development Company, a previously unknown entity on the islands, but which was owned through equal stock shares by Horace Habmeyer, the director of the American Sugar Refining Company, the notorious Sugar Trust, and his associates, Charles Senf and Charles Welch. The plan, it seems, was to establish a new sugar plantation to take advantage of the near-free trade available under the Payne-Aldrich tariff, and Poole thought that San Jose was the place to do it. After touring the estate with the assistant director of the Bureau of Lands, Charles Sleeper, Poole signed a preliminary agreement purchasing the full 60,000 acres for 734,000 Cuban pesos. 92 The sale became final after it received President Taft's approval, and U.S. Attorney General G.W. Wickersham assured Poole that the Organic Act limitations on land sales did not apply to the friar lands. Taft himself later wrote that he saw an opportunity to help the government to $300,000 and to increase the agricultural investment in a backward island by double that sum. 93 Initially, the news was greeted in Manila as a triumph. Finally, the long-predicted infusion of American capital was beginning. Along with the purchase of the San Jose estate, Americans in Manila heard reports that investors were interested in the purchase of other former friar estates. As the unapologetically imperialist cable news American reported in the summer of 1910, there can be no doubt that the Payne Bill is responsible for the interest excited and that capital has only commenced to realize the possibilities for well-directed investment here. 94 What initially had seemed a triumph of the colonial government's development strategy, however, would soon develop into one of its most notorious political scandals, and triggered what the colonial state most feared, a congressional investigation. The Friar Lands investigation and the Commission's defense. Although the anti-imperialist faction in Congress had resigned itself to colonial occupation in the years since the Treaty of Paris, domestic American agriculture producers and their anti-imperialist allies remained deeply suspicious of efforts to stimulate sugar or tobacco production in the colonies. Habmeyer's purchase of the San Jose estate seemed to offer them the perfect opportunity to launch an investigation into Republican administration of the Philippines, particularly because the Sugar Trust was already mired in scandal after being fined $2.1 million for short-weighting its imports in Brooklyn. 95 The Anti-Imperialist League enlisted Congressman John A. Martin to look into the matter, and the deeper he dug, the more convinced Martin became that the San Jose plantation was sold under suspicious circumstances. In a speech on the House floor in March of 1910, Martin fired the opening salvos of what would become a long and protracted investigation, declaring that while the pretext of free trade was the beneficial development of the islands, the real underlying motive was their exploitation. 96 Martin then introduced a resolution directing the House Committee on Insular Affairs to investigate the Philippine Department of Interior and its sale of the friar lands. 97 One of Martin's central criticisms was that congressional limits on public land applied to the friar lands as well, and that the Commission's decision to exclude them was illegal. Although the core of Martin's attack concerned the corporate exploitation of the islands, his condemnation of the insularity of the small coterie of colonial officials was central to his critique. One of his key accusations was that a conspiracy existed between President Taft and BIA Chief Clarence Edwards to open the islands up to the Sugar Trust, a plan, he charged, made easier by their long tenure as colonial officials. Ever since 1900, first as president of the Philippine Commission, then as civil governor of the Philippine Islands, then as commissioner to Rome to negotiate for the purchase of the Friar Lands, and then as Secretary of War, Mr. William H. Taft has been the ruling figure in the Philippines. During all these years Gen. Clarence R. Edwards has been with Mr. Taft, in Washington, in the Philippines, and elsewhere. He is the President's close personal friend and companion, and as Chief of the Bureau of Insular Affairs, having immediate jurisdiction over the insular possessions, he may be said to be the Viceroy of the Philippines. 98. Although the attacks could be dismissed as anti-imperialist grandstanding, it was undeniable to even neutral members of Congress that the land purchases were suspicious. Worcester, of course, claimed that he had no knowledge that Poole was acting for Habmeyer. Whether or not this was true, it is clear that Habmeyer, Sneff, and Welch had gone to extraordinary lengths to hide their full plans for the island, which included the development of a sugar mill and a railroad along the Mindoro coast. While working for the MDC, Poole was simultaneously engaged as an agent for 3 other legally independent California corporations whose stockholders were close personal friends of Welch, and which began to buy up land along the proposed railway route. 99. Yet Congress was severely hampered by its lack of information about the Philippines, and insular authorities, a number of whom were forced to testify, rallied to support their own. Because Martin was forced to rely almost entirely on government reports, the Commission's defense mainly consisted of ridiculing his lack of knowledge about conditions on the ground, a tactic Worcester used to great effect in his aggressive and sarcastic defense of the San Jose sale. The use made by Representative Martin of extracts from government reports and public documents reminds me very forcibly of the use made of Holy Scripture by the New England clergymen who, in the days when it was customary for a preacher to take a tot of rum before entering the pulpit on the Sabbath, got a drop too much and delivered an eloquent sermon on the text. And Judas went and hanged himself. Go thou and do likewise. In other words, Representative Martin, by the quotation and misinterpretation of passages which suited his purpose, and by the suppression of passages which if quoted would have made his contentions ridiculous, has succeeded in presenting an utterly misleading picture of the policy of the Philippine government relative to the disposal of friar lands. 100. In the end, the Republican Committee found the Commission innocent and the administration of the friar lands just, describing charges and insinuations to the contrary as unwarranted and unjust. For supporters of the colonial state, this was a great vindication. The result of this patriotic endeavor, one official sarcastically noted, must have proven bitterly disappointing. 101. Despite the favorable verdict, the investigation clearly rattled the Commission, and the new Secretary of War, J.M. Dickinson, after visiting the Philippines himself in 1910, ordered that the friar lands would now be governed by the standard limitations on the sale of public lands and would henceforth be sold only to Filipinos. 102. It is unlikely that he would have done so without the express approval of the President, who, it should be recalled, had earlier endorsed the sale of the estate. Taft was likely reacting to both the congressional investigation and the opportunity it offered to Filipino elites. Indeed, Speaker Osmeña and Quezon, now a resident commissioner in Washington, had played their hand brilliantly. Although neither Osmeña nor Quezon were particularly worried about the friar lands per se, they recognized an opportunity during this brief period of congressional attention to draw attention to the island's political status, and to capitalize on American racism and fears of trade competition to win their nation's independence. By 1910, Osmeña and Quezon had developed a keen understanding of domestic American politics, and both recognized that the colonial state rested on a shaky political foundation. During Dickinson's visit, Osmeña delivered a memorial to the Secretary that both noted the need for the aid of capital from without, but decried such investment, which, once invested here, will when the time comes be opposed to any change of sovereignty, because it will not consider itself to be sufficiently safe and protected, except under its own. 103 This, of course, was precisely what Forbes had in mind. But with the 1912 presidential elections approaching, the Republicans had little interest in drawing attention to the Philippines, and so Dickinson, his hand now forced, conceded that he would not be here to represent or further any plan which contemplated the denial of ultimate Philippine independence. It is a consummation devoutly to be prayed for. 104 As we will see, in the next 2 years, as the relations between the Commission and Filipino elites began to deteriorate, Osmeña and Quezon increasingly worked to bring unwanted congressional attention to the islands, threatening the colonial government's strategy of doing everything possible to reduce incentives for congressional oversight. The colonial state's education policies reveal a great deal about how American administrators perceived their mission in the Philippines, one dictated by their own ideological commitments rather than congressional instruction, and how development was seen as a larger process of Americanization. But the significant strides made in education were subject to the whims of the colonial education administrators, who vacillated from supporting a broad liberal curriculum for primary students to establishing industrial education programs that, they thought, would stimulate the colonial economy. Free and compulsory education had been a goal of Aguinaldo's revolutionary state, and the American military government had begun to organize schools before the first Philippine Commission arrived in Manila. Indeed, it was in primary education where the colonial state excelled. Even before Taft left for the Philippines, he and Root agreed that education, which shall tend to fit the people for the duties of citizenship, along with economic development, would be a cornerstone of American imperial policy. 105 No other Western colonial power devoted so many resources to schools. 106 Furthermore, the system of education envisioned was, in many respects, uniquely American. Breaking from past European practices, the American colonial state focused on primary education. Indeed, the decision to educate the population widely was greeted with skepticism by Europeans. British poet Rudyard Kipling, despite his general approval of American colonial efforts in the islands, he had composed The White Man's Burden as a paean to American acquisition of the Philippines, had written to Forbes to express his concern. I am grieved to notice your enthusiasm for education in the abstract, and your pride in the increase of educational facilities. In due time, say in 2 generations, you will reap the rewards of your beneficent policy, as we are already reaping the reward of ours in India, in the shape of prolonged and elaborate rebellion, sedition, and treason. This is almost axiomatic. The beauty of education is, that like drink, it awakes all the desires and at the same time inhibits most of the capacities. But these are things which I know I cannot persuade you of. The only things that matter in this fallen world are sanitation and transportation. 107. A further break from European practice was to make English, the language of the metropole, the primary language of instruction. 108 This was a controversial decision, not the least because the Philippine Ilustrados spoke Spanish. American insular authorities intended to focus on the mass education of children throughout the archipelago, the vast majority of whom had no knowledge of either language. 109 As Taft frankly explained, the decision is selected because it is the language of business in the Orient, because it is the language of free institutions, and because it is the language which the Filipino children who do not know Spanish are able more easily to learn than they are to learn Spanish, and it is the language of the present sovereign of the islands. 110. While it is hard to believe Taft's claim that English was easier for Filipino children to learn than Spanish, it was certainly easier for Americans to teach. Yet the emphasis on English also reveals the connection between economic development and colonial education. Indeed, as the Civil Service Board's 1901 report stated, American progressive business methods, the genius and spirit of American civil government, and the ruggedness and strength of the American language are inseparable. 111 As with civil service laws and the railroads, the English language was seen as a central component of economic development and as a way to cement the bond between colony and metropole. Much has been written on the so-called tutelary effects of American education, and, indeed, primary education was seen as an essential prerequisite for democracy. 112 Yet as the colonial government matured, and the colonial state began to play a more direct role in its economic development, the so-called industrial education began to replace the earlier liberal arts curriculum. From liberal to industrial education. The colonial state's emphasis on education raises some larger questions. Why all this investment? What did they hope to accomplish? Although colonial administrators never articulated a clear vision for their education program, their early efforts were premised on the assumption that education, particularly in English, would contribute to political stability and instill certain affection among Filipinos for American culture and the colonial project more generally. If the American colonial administrators could not create any enthusiasm for colonialism among the U.S. public, they would try to attract Filipinos to the United States. And they sought to achieve these goals, at first, by simply transplanting existing American educational practices to the Philippines, initially with almost no adjustments to the curriculum. Fred Atkinson, for example, the director of the Education Bureau until 1902, submitted an education bill that was essentially a copy of the current Massachusetts curriculum down to his decision to use the Baldwin readers, which were then a common primary school textbook in the United States. 113 David Barrows, an anthropologist by training who would later serve as president of the University of California, soon replaced Atkinson. Barrows, too, was largely committed to traditional methods of liberal arts education, but he saw U.S. educational efforts in the Philippines as part of a grander experiment in social engineering, and as an opportunity to radically restructure Filipino society along Jeffersonian lines. I believe we should seek to develop in the Philippines, not a proletariat, but everywhere the peasant proprietor, he wrote in his first annual report as director of the Bureau of Education. Wherever we find the Filipino the possessor of his own small holding, there we find him industrious and contributing largely to the productive industry of the islands. Now it is with this peasant, proprietor class particular in mind, and trusting in the outcome of our efforts to increase this class, that we must lay out our course of primary instruction. 114. Barrows's new curriculum emphasized basic reading and writing in English, but it was also laced with morality lessons about the importance of thrift and land ownership, lessons that were baldly supportive of American-led development. For example, one arithmetic exercise in a 1908 school book posed the following problem to students. Pedro is a tenant on Mr. Santos' farm. He has rented 4 hectares of rice land. After the cutting is paid for, Mr. Santos is to have for the use of the land 1/2 of what rice is left, and Pedro will take the other half for himself. If 45 cabins grow on each hectare, and 1/6 is given for cutting, how many cabins will the cutter get? How much will be left? What will be Mr. Santos' share? What will be Pedro's share? 115. From this lesson, students were presumably supposed to understand that Pedro would be far better off establishing his own farm by homesteading some of the public land that the Commission was now attempting to sell. Indeed, after presenting this problem, teachers were instructed to explain to the pupils carefully the right which the Filipinos have to take up land, and urge them to carry the information to their parents. 116 Along with these lessons, students were also given opportunities to participate in mock debating societies to practice the machinery of politics. As one American teacher would later recall, I recognized that my pupils did need the experience of a self-governing society, and practice in parliamentary usages, and so we organized our society from the 3 most advanced classes in the school. It was, she noted, a pronounced success. 117 Barrows remained committed to liberal primary education throughout the remainder of his tenure, but his vision was compromised by increased pressure on educational revenues, which left him to complain that infrastructure was being pursued at the cost of municipal schools. In his annual report for 1908, he was perfectly frank. The present municipal school revenue is barely half sufficient. By recent legislation the sum of 4,750,000 Cuban pesos has been provided for rural roads and bridges during the present fiscal year. It ought to be possible to provide 3 million Cuban pesos annually for a system of primary instruction which is already thoroughly organized, able to economically apply every additional dollar provided, and thoroughly supported in all quarters by the Filipino people themselves. 118. By 1908, however, the Commission was dominated by figures such as Forbes, who had long emphasized that public works and economic development were far more important projects for the colonial state to pursue than liberal education. The resources of the islands have not developed to a point where I feel that we are justified in largely increasing the appropriation for education, Forbes declared in his inaugural address. The amount of education we shall be able to accomplish in 10 years will be very much greater if we devote our first money to increasing the wealth of the people and later use the resulting increase of revenue for extending our educational facilities. 119. By 1909 a frustrated and disheartened Barrows returned to Berkeley, and the character of colonial education began to conform to the Forbes regime's focus on economic development. Under Frank White, Forbes's hand-picked replacement for Barrows, colonial schools were soon emphasizing practical or so-called industrial education. After taking office as Director of Education in 1909, he issued a statement that identified the most important piece of work now before this office as the organization, promotion, and proper supervision of industrial instruction. Every school would now be equipped with a garden to facilitate training in modern agricultural production. Woodworking and ironworking equipment would be provided for boys, while girls would henceforth receive instruction for from 2 to 5 years in plain sewing and cooking. An even greater departure from Barrows's more traditional curriculum was White's insistence that schools be commercialized. Instruction in hat-making, embroidery, pottery, and other minor industries, will have in view the training of the pupil to make always a serviceable and saleable article, he wrote. It will be our purpose to operate every trade school and every school farm on a business basis. 120. In large measure, White was successful in implementing these changes, and by 1913 nearly every child was exposed to some form of industrial education. 121. Although similar theories of practical education were then in vogue in American education circles, the colonial government pushed them far more aggressively. The hope, as with state expenditures on infrastructure, was to stimulate economic development, in this case through the training of practical skills in weaving and woodworking, which would presumably translate into immediate jobs for the students. Despite these questionable assumptions, American achievements in education were impressive, and they stand as the most significant achievement of their progressive vision. As Figure 6.5 shows, primary school enrollment for children in the Philippines outstripped enrollment in British India after just the first year of Commission government, and after the first decade of American rule, nearly 1/4 of all children under 15 years attended primary school, at least for part of the year. Yet the shift during the Forbes regime to an emphasis on public works over education is also reflected in these statistics. Overall enrollment actually dropped from 610,000 in the 1910-11 school year to 440,000 in the final year of the Forbes regime. Much of this decline can be explained by White's decision to maintain his emphasis on industrial education in middle schools in the face of declining revenues by shuttering 1,000 primary schools. 122. And this shift to industrial education was due, in part, to the colonial state's continued inability to attract American capital to the Philippines. Its state-led development plans for the islands began to eclipse even a rhetorical commitment to a tutelary empire. These rather shocking declines in educational enrollment also reveal a signal weakness of the relative autonomy of Philippine colonial government. With few democratic checks, these progressive experiments, even the most laudable among them, were vulnerable to the whims of American administrators. Social experiments in the service of progressivism. Schools were not the only educational institutions supported by the colonial government. A variety of other favored progressive policies, from agricultural experimentation stations to large-scale public health campaigns, were conducted to teach the values of thrift and sanitation and to provide skills to stimulate the colonial export economy. 123 Yet much like education, these campaigns reveal colonial officials' fidelity to metropolitan progressive polices, and provide strong evidence for the essential role that ideology played in the construction of American imperialism. One of these more minor projects to stimulate the economy, one that adhered to current practices back in the metropole, was the development of a series of agricultural experimentation stations and seed distribution networks. The Bureau of Agriculture began a seed program in 1902, which by 1909 was annually distributing 500,000 seed packets to farmers. 124 These seed distribution projects were coupled with the construction of a series of agriculture experimentation stations, which concentrated on new varieties of sugar and tobacco. 125 To further stimulate agricultural research, the Commission developed a series of national laboratories with divisions of ethnology and fisheries, along with a library and museum. 126 As with schools and agriculture experimentation stations, the colonial postal savings banks were designed to teach values and skills that would stimulate the economic output of the economy. In 1906, the Commission passed the Philippine Postal Savings Bank, predating the creation of a similar institution in the United States by several years. Unlike the United States, of course, such policies could simply be enacted with few democratic checks, and often with little concrete rationale. As head of the Bureau of Commerce and Police, Forbes himself had prepared the law, which he developed from studying similar proposals by U.S. Postmaster General John Wanamaker. 127 According to Forbes, the bank would not only teach the importance of savings, but also result in the deposit and use for income-bearing purposes of much of the hoarded savings which the people had been accustomed to keep buried in the ground or concealed about their premises. 128 In a long letter addressed to school teachers, he laid out his hopes for the banks, as well as his theory that children could be used to encourage their parents to invest in the new institution. I wish to call to your attention, as the leaders of the future people of the city of Manila, the great opportunity which has been opened to them by the establishment of the Postal Savings Bank. 2.5% of the total value of all deposits over 1 peso and up to 1,000 pesos will be paid each year by the government to the depositors in the Postal Savings Bank, and the investments are absolutely safe because practically guaranteed by the government. It is believed that the children should be told of this opportunity and urged in every possible way to avail themselves of the privilege of depositing their money and receiving interest on the deposits. It is believed that all the details of the scheme should be so explained to them that they would not only be induced to place their own savings but would become missionaries to tell their parents and relatives about it and induce them also to do the same. 129. The time and attention that Forbes lavished on these banks was entirely out of proportion to any assistance they could have possibly provided to achieve the colonial government's development goals. Indeed, Forbes was so committed that he offered to personally contribute 1 peso to the first child in every class in the city of Manila who managed to save that amount himself. 130 Whatever their actual value to average Filipinos, programs such as these primarily reflect Forbes's commitment to an ideological vision for American imperialism, rather than a shrewd plan to increase colonial economic output. Along with education, savings banks, and public works, improvements in public health were often held up as the most important thing the colonial government could achieve, both as a high-minded demonstration of American advances in science and as a way to increase economic output. To implement their hygiene and sanitation programs, the Commission appointed Dr. Victor G. Heiser, a surgeon from the U.S. Public Health Service, as director of the Bureau of Health. Heiser, along with most colonial health officials, was a product of the new scientific medical schools then taking hold in the United States, and he saw in the Philippines an opportunity to apply new theories of public health in an environment with few political or institutional restrictions. 131. As historian Warwick Anderson writes in his detailed study of these policies, health authorities targeted toilet practices, food handling, dietary customs, housing design, they rebuilt the markets, using more hygienic concrete, and suppressed the unsanitary fiestas. They assumed the power to examine Filipinos at random and to disinfect, fumigate, and medicate at will. 132. During a 1908 cholera outbreak, for example, health officials employed more than 600 men in sanitation squads who, armed with 150,000 pounds of lime, were responsible for disinfecting houses and other unsanitary areas. 133. Heiser's programs would be less interesting if they were merely confined to suppressing epidemics. But he also launched extensive educational campaigns to improve the health of Filipinos, a goal motivated both by the need to demonstrate the effectiveness of the new scientific approach to public health and as a reflection of the widely held belief that colonial development was hampered by the poor health of the population. Forbes would explicitly link health with productivity in the massive, two-volume defense of his administration published after he left office. Perhaps, the Governor-General wrote, the most prevalent and serious of all the evils were the insidious intestinal parasites, causing a reduction in efficiency and an inability for sustained physical effort which had much to do with the prevalent unfavorable reputation of the Filipino as a laborer. 134. To improve the efficiency of Filipinos by improving their health, the Bureau built model sanitary houses to demonstrate proper hygiene, and published cartoons in English and Tagalog to warn about the dangers of spitting. 135. In a paper delivered to the American Philosophical Society, Heiser reported that Manila now has the most complete set of sanitary ordinances of any city in the world, and in many directions greater sanitary progress has been made than elsewhere, thus providing a model, Heiser claimed, for other nations and for the United States. 136. The colonial state made every effort to publicize the successes of their sanitation efforts. Especially the dramatic reduction in the overall death rate from 27.46 per 1,000 in 1905 to 18.82 per 1,000 in 1913, which quickly became a favorite and often cited fact for colonial officials. 137. Such ambitious health and educational projects were partially in the service of economic development, but that was not all. They were also enacted to demonstrate the value of progressive policies to promote science, education, and thrift. The end of the Republican era. By 1912, a small group of American officials had created a vast American colony with schools, banks, agricultural experimentation stations, and railroads, even as Congress remained uninterested in its own colony and the American public largely indifferent. Roads are built, being built, and maintained, public buildings and other works are of durable materials, Forbes recorded in his journal. Railroad work is being pushed to the limit of economic efficiency, and having tremendous effect in improving economic conditions. The revenues are better than ever, our credit is good, and trade each year sets a new high water mark in the history of the islands. 138. In point of fact, the last years of Republican rule were years of relatively steady economic growth for the islands. In 1913, revenue from internal taxes had nearly doubled to more than 10 million Cuban pesos from what it had been in 1908, and despite free trade with the United States, customs revenues exceeded 18 million Cuban pesos in 1912. 139. The dramatic expansion of elementary schools, the seed distribution program, and the increasingly sanitary conditions in Manila were also frequently referenced by officials as tremendous successes. Yet from 1910 to 1912, a series of developments were already underway that would threaten the autonomy and the stability of the colonial government, and would eventually push it to financial collapse. Among the most significant of these was the increasingly poor relationship between the Forbes administration and the Philippine Assembly. The Assembly had earlier quarreled with Forbes over the nomination of the resident commissioners to the United States, but in 1911 it began a far more threatening line of attack on the Commission's control over colonial revenues. The confrontation began when the Assembly amended the Commission's proposed appropriations bill, cutting the budgets of the Internal Revenue Bureau, the Bureau of Health, and other executive bureaus to the tune of 1.5 million Cuban pesos. 140 Forbes rejected these changes, and, relying on a power granted to the Governor-General by Congress, issued an executive order enacting the previous year's budget. 141 Osmina's hostility to Forbes was likely motivated both by his genuine frustration with the centralization of most significant powers by American-dominated bureaus, as well as by a more strategic calculation that his perceived support of the Forbes regime was beginning to become politically costly. In 1909, for example, he was forced to fend off attacks from the more radical wings of his own party, as well as the progresistas who had accused the Speaker of lending decisive support only to the desires of the American administration in these islands. 142 Consequently, by the 1911 legislative session, Assembly delegates were routinely passing bills that were designed to strip the Commission of its powers and place full administrative responsibility in the hands of Filipinos. 143 One of these measures proposed the establishment of the Office of Provincial Engineer, which would have placed responsibility for public works in the hands of provincial officials, and thus removed it from the American-controlled Bureau of Public Works. Another bill proposed new qualifications for the heads of central government departments, which would have made non-Filipinos ineligible. 144 Forbes's characteristic response to these measures was to increase his own powers. After taking unilateral control over the budget process, he then proposed to establish a new state-run newspaper to counter the blistering criticism of his government in the local press. This, apparently, was too much even for Taft, who rejected it as un-American. 145 A more dramatic blow to Forbes's powers came with the Republicans' defeat in 1912. As we will see in Chapter 7, Forbes did not succeed in influencing Wilson's policies in the Philippines. Nevertheless, he did leave his Democratic successor a remarkable collection of resources to run the Philippines with significant independence from Congress and with little assistance from the domestic American state. From 1907 to 1913, the colonial state shifted its focus from encouraging Congress to liberalize restrictions on colonial economic investment to finding ways around these restrictions. The cohesive set of insular state bureaucrats, administration officials, and economic advisors now had the expertise to project American power without the constraints of Congress or the need to rally the support of the American public. The lesson, in short, that insular state officials took from their experience in the Philippines was that Congress and the American public were impediments to achieving their vision for the Philippines, one that reflected their focus on economic development achieved through a technocratic progressivism. In a well-known 1907 letter to Taft, Roosevelt expressed his misgivings on the Philippine question, which offers a revealing look at the lessons he had taken from the colonial experiment. "I wish our people were prepared permanently, in a duty-loving spirit, and looking forward to a couple of generations of continuous manifestation of this spirit, to assume the control of the Philippine Islands for the good of the Filipinos." In the excitement of the Spanish War, people wanted to take the islands. They had an idea they would be a valuable possession. Now they think they are of no value, and I am bound to say that in a physical sense I don't see where they are of any value to us or where they are likely to be of any value. It has been everything for the island and everything for our own national character that we should have taken them and have administered them with the really lofty and disinterested efficiency that has been shown. But it is impossible, for instance, to awaken any public interest in favor of giving them tariff advantages. It is very difficult to awaken any public interest in providing any adequate defense of the islands. 146. At no time, however, did Roosevelt, Root, or especially Taft consider abandoning their goal that the United States should expand its influence and join the ranks of the great world powers. If Congress and the American public would not support these goals, then they would simply need to be accomplished in ways that relied less on congressional and domestic support. They found common ground with Filipino elites, allowing them to advance their own political careers in exchange for championing some of the insular states' favored development projects. They attracted American capitalists by guaranteeing and later subsidizing their investments through colonial revenue and monetary policy, and they attempted to sell off public lands to stimulate investment in plantation agriculture. Yet, as we will see in Chapter 7, the decision to invest colonial funds directly into the failing railroads would leave the colonial government further dependent on borrowing and currency manipulation to achieve its goals. The regime's autonomy would soon come at the expense of its own stability. Furthermore, despite its achievement of a remarkable degree of autonomy, the Commission was never able to cultivate a strong domestic American constituency for its policies. Without political legitimacy, the particular vision Republican authorities had for the Philippines was vulnerable to the arrival of officials who did not share their goals, indeed, to officials who were anxious to use the autonomy of the colonial state to reduce its economic ties to the metropole. Comparative assessment. Puerto Rico under the BIA. Puerto Rico's proven ability to attract capital investments and its clear link with metropolitan markets in the United States made its status as a permanent American possession far more certain than the Philippines'. As discussed in Chapter 4, this was due to the early reduction and eventual elimination of U.S. tariff barriers, which contributed to the booming Puerto Rican sugar industry. Yet the Caribbean islands' comparative economic success, at least in terms of American investment, did not lead to political stability or easy acquiescence to permanent U.S. control. While Forbes struggled to manage Osmeña's Nacionalista party in Manila, the governors of Puerto Rico were increasingly stymied by the dominance of Puerto Rico's Union Party in San Juan. Like the Nacionalistas, the Union Party was a cross-class alliance of professionals, intellectuals, and smaller landowners. Although it took no official position on the future status of Puerto Rico, the Unionists did demand full self-government through the island's admission as a state or as an independent nation under U.S. protection. 147 Such rhetoric did not find a welcome reception in Washington. Roosevelt, in his 1905 message to Congress, rejected self-government for San Juan, noting that the problems with Puerto Rico were industrial and commercial rather than political. 148 Nevertheless, he did support granting Puerto Ricans American citizenship, which many in BIA circles thought would end talk of independence or increased autonomy. As Republicans were well aware, there was little immediate support in Congress for this action, but the proposal itself had the advantage of both embarrassing anti-imperial Democrats and shielding the colonial administration from the Unionist independence rhetoric. 149 Despite clear disapproval from Washington, the Union Party proved to be immensely popular with the Puerto Rican electorate, commanding huge majorities in the elected House of Delegates until 1917. The Unionists demanded democratic reforms and economic assistance for smaller Puerto Rican-owned farms through a state-owned agricultural bank, proposals that were regularly blocked by the American-led Executive Council. 150 The situation became more troubling as the Unionists realized that the United States intended to keep Puerto Rico as a permanent colony. Although there was little they could do to pass policies over the objection of the American-dominated upper house, the Unionists could use their limited parliamentary authority in the lower elected house to embarrass the colonial government and to attract the attention of Congress and the domestic American press. The disagreements between the Unionists and the Executive Council reached an impasse in 1909 when the Union Party refused to approve the governor's budget bill. This effectively denied the colonial government a legal operating budget and attracted the immediate attention of Washington. 151 Taft, now president, retaliated by bringing Puerto Rico under the BIA's control. He also mandated a new rule that if the lower house refused to approve a budget, the previous year's appropriation bill would be automatically enacted, the system that had long been in place in Hawaii and the Philippines. 152 Given Taft's long experience with the BIA, it is not surprising that he considered the agency singularly equipped to manage the political troubles in the island. One executive agency would now manage the entire island, unlike the previous system, where each member of the Executive Council reported to different Washington departments. Although this was justified as a matter of efficiency, the BIA had the singular advantage of being relatively isolated from Congress, and it had a proven history of carefully curating information that came out of the colonies. 153 It would now be managed according to the same M-form organization as the Philippines. The Unionists had intended to force more liberal reforms by demonstrating how difficult governing would become without their support. The unfortunate result, however, was not liberalization, but even more centralized control through the BIA. The BIA with Taft's support would attempt to expand its control even further by supporting the Olmstead Bill, which was a barely veiled attempt to undermine the Union Party by placing literacy and economic restrictions on the electorate. 154 Even as it attempted to limit Puerto Rican participation, however, the BIA continued to support Roosevelt's plan to extend citizenship to all Puerto Ricans, the most practical solution, the agency claimed, for political unrest. 155 George Colton, an old BIA hand who had served in the Philippines and as the head of the Dominican receivership, was appointed as governor in 1909. With Puerto Rico under BIA control, the colonial government began to follow the aggressive economic development strategy it had implemented in the Philippines. The BIA's plans in Puerto Rico were, in some respects, more straightforward. Two goals were paramount: to increase American investment in Puerto Rican agriculture by improving road and irrigation infrastructure, and to bind Puerto Ricans to the United States permanently by supporting the extension of American citizenship. As in the Philippines, road construction was the most important of the various infrastructure improvement programs. In the first 8 years, the colonial government spent over $5 million on the construction of 788 km of roads. These roads, along with a massive irrigation system to provide water to 33,000 acres on the southern coast of the island, were designed to open up the island's interior for intensive sugar cultivation. 156 After 14 years, the government could take credit for substantial improvements in the quality of Puerto Rican infrastructure, with a system of roads, hydroelectric plants, improved ports, and telegraphs. 157 Yet this improved infrastructure, impressive as it was, primarily served the sugar industry that was dominated by American firms, and it was financed entirely by the Puerto Rican colonial government itself. In this way, the BIA's stewardship of the island was accompanied by its predilection for loading debt onto its colonies to finance its aggressive improvements plans. Before the BIA took control of Puerto Rico, the total debt of the island was a modest $2 million. 158 Private capital found Puerto Rico to be a far more attractive investment than the Philippines, which meant that there was less immediate need to finance improvements through colonial bonds. Nevertheless, when control over Puerto Rico was transferred to the BIA in 1909, colonial officials dramatically increased the use of private bonds to finance development. Indeed, by 1913 Puerto Rico's debt stood at $5.8 million and would nearly double by 1918 to $10.8 million. 159 years later, an independent Brookings Institution audit of the Puerto Rican government would criticize it for such practices. The chief result of much of the borrowing, the report would conclude, has been a great waste of public revenue by diverting it to the payment of interest, while the piling up of debt charges is almost certain to cause embarrassment to the Treasury and hardships for the country during future periods of reduced prosperity. 160 At the time, however, the BIA remained committed to its position that such aggressive borrowing and lavish spending on improved infrastructure was the only way to attract investors. Unlike in the Philippines, at least, these improvements would lead to the development of a booming sugar industry, although much of that wealth would be repatriated to the United States. 161 After regaining control of Puerto Rico in 1909, the BIA attempted to expand its control over the island through the 1910 Olmstead Bill. Although the act would have granted citizenship to Puerto Ricans, it would also have expanded the limits of corporate landowning to 3,000 acres and dramatically enhanced the powers of the BIA, powers that exceeded even what it had in the Philippines. Among other things, the bill would have granted the chief of the BIA authority over the Puerto Rican civil service, the power to approve and disapprove the banks in which the colony's funds were deposited, and, most dramatically, the power to deny the right of members of the Puerto Rican government to return to the United States on temporary business. As one historian of Puerto Rico notes, this could have prevented even the governor from returning to Washington to lobby for a bill that the BIA opposed. 162 Finally, it would have given control over Puerto Rican elections to a small commission, the purpose of which was obviously to reduce the power of the Union Party. 163 Despite Congress's general deference to the BIA, this bill was clearly a step too far. William Jones, who would later pass a citizenship bill under his own name for Puerto Rico, and other House Democrats refused to support the Olmstead bill primarily because of the increased powers it would grant the Republican-dominated BIA. 164 By the end of the Taft administration in 1912, American policy in Puerto Rico, now under the firm control of the BIA, remained uncompromising on the issue of self-determination, even as Taft continued to press for citizenship for Puerto Ricans. As he explained in his final message to Congress, citizenship was just, but any discussion of citizenship would be entirely disassociated from any thought of statehood. 165 As we will see in Chapter 7, Congress would finally approve citizenship for Puerto Ricans in 1917 after 12 years of lobbying by the BIA. From a comparative perspective, the Puerto Rican case illustrates the dynamics of BIA-directed colonial development even in a state that needed relatively little help attracting the interest of private capital or investment. Having developed relationships with banks from its work in the Philippines and the dollar diplomacy receiverships, the BIA turned to colony-backed bonds even in Puerto Rico, a colony that, unlike the Philippines, had little difficulty attracting private capital. Consequences and collapse. The empire under Wilson. The government should own the railroad there. If, in this country a people as intelligent as ours find it difficult, if not impossible, to protect themselves from injustice at the hands of domestic railroad corporations, how can a people like the Filipinos hope to protect themselves from injustice at the hands of foreign railroad corporations? William Jennings Bryan 1. News of Woodrow Wilson's victory in the election of 1912 must have been greeted with a sense of dread among most Americans in the Philippines. For the first time since the Spanish-American War, the Democrats, a party whose official platform condemned the colonial experiment as an inexcusable blunder that has involved us in enormous expenses, would take charge of the empire. Beginning in October 1913, and for the next 8 years, Francis Burton Harrison would serve as Governor-General. If Wilson had set out to choose an appointee more at odds with the largely Republican coterie of colonial bureaucrats, he could not have done better than to nominate this wealthy New York congressman with ties to Tammany Hall. Not only was Harrison known to be among the strongest advocates of Philippine independence, but he also counted the resident commissioner, Manuel Quezon, as a personal friend. Within the first 3 years of his administration, Harrison and Quezon secured passage of the controversial Jones Law, which provided for the first formal guarantee of eventual independence for the Philippines once a stable government was established. Despite his clear support for an independent Philippines, however, Harrison's administration represented a less radical shift in administrative policy than is often assumed. 3. To be sure, Harrison had strong objections to the retentionist aims of the Republican administrators, but he did not disagree with the colonial state's promotion of economic development. Whereas the Forbes regime had been marked by aggressive efforts to recruit American capital to the islands, Harrison's tenure, partly as a result of necessity and partly as a result of his own ideological proclivities, would be marked by even more radical interventions into the colonial economy. Like many members of the progressive wing of his party, Harrison shared a certain suspicion of American industrialists. For Taft and Forbes, development and the attraction of capital had served as a way to tie the Philippines to the United States. For Harrison, it provided a way to demonstrate the island's readiness for independence. Nevertheless, while the goals of the administration may have differed, the methods remained remarkably similar. Harrison, much like his Republican predecessors, relied upon a similar sort of legerdemain to keep colonial policies from attracting public and congressional attention and private money. Indeed, the level of congressional attention to their colonial possession did not improve with Democratic leadership. As one official wrote to Harrison in 1916, "It is easy to see why members of Congress feel almost annoyed when asked to consider questions affecting an alien people whom they do not understand, whose fate is in no sense essentially bound up with that of the United States, and who are separated by so many thousand miles both of ocean and interest." For this chapter examines the transition to democratic rule in the Philippines and the Caribbean. It begins with a look at the Democrats' efforts, as the governor himself put it, to hustle the United States out of the islands. 5. Ironically, the crux of Harrison's strategy depended on the very institutions and relationships developed by his Republican predecessors. The vague lines of authority and M-form organizational hierarchy that governed the colonial state's relationship to Washington, never fully fleshed out during the Republican regime, allowed the colonial government under Harrison to continue to operate with little congressional oversight. Moreover, Wilson did not share Taft's long experience and personal interest in the Philippines, which left even fewer checks on the governor's power. With little guidance from Washington, but with the ready support of Filipino elites allied with Quezon, Harrison directed the colonial government to further a different ideological agenda, one that would make the colonial state itself the owner of major businesses in the islands. He purchased the MRC and created a bank that would lend vast sums of money from the Gold Reserve Fund to promote increased agricultural production and manufacturing. He established a Public Utilities Commission, a national cement company, a national coal company, and a national development company, which he later wrote, really permits the Philippine government to enter indirectly into almost any sort of business deemed to be in the interests of the people of the islands. 6. At the core of his project was an effort to develop a self-sustaining, independent economy in the colony that would undermine arguments for retaining the islands. Eventually, however, these aggressive lending and development efforts would result in a banking and inflation crisis that would nearly bankrupt the colonial government. As with the dollar diplomacy receiverships, the radical autonomy of the colonial state would lead to increasingly unstable policies, which would prove embarrassing for Democrats, costly for Congress, and delay Philippine independence for more than a decade. A similar agenda in the Caribbean would end with the invasion of the Dominican Republic and Haiti. The administration may have changed, but the Democrats would embrace the methods developed by their rivals to manage the empire with little input from Congress. Partisan change and Philippine policy. The election of 1912 ended 14 years of Republican rule in the Philippines. Although American imperialism did not play a major role in the campaign, officials at the BIA were nervously tracking the election, especially as the Democrats appeared likely to win. For the first time since the war with Spain, Frank McIntyre noted, "The Democratic Party is on the eve of becoming responsible, before the country and the world, for the government of the several possessions which came to us as a consequence of that war." 7. After serving through 2 presidential administrations that had provided vigorous and consistent support for the empire, there was considerable fear among the collection of bureaucrats who made up the American colonial state that a Democratic victory would result in disaster. In the face of such looming threats, the BIA began a subtle campaign to soften the edges of the Democrats' more virulent anti-imperialist rhetoric. In July of 1912, McIntyre had drawn up a memo, apparently at the suggestion of a group of Democratic moderates, to outline the BIA's reasons for opposing the radical plank in the party's platform, an episode that provides a revealing glimpse into the mindset of the ostensibly nonpartisan BIA just before the Democrats took control. First, McIntyre noted, Democrats stood to gain little by featuring the Philippines in the election, reminding them that the various platforms on which the Democratic Party won the congressional elections in 1910, omitted all reference to the Philippines. After this naked appeal to political logic, however, came the BIA's impassioned defense of the Commission's nation-building efforts, one that emphasized both its ideological commitment to a very progressive form of development and its financial independence from the metropole. We have improved them mentally by the establishment of the public school system, which compares favorably with any system on earth. We have improved them physically by scientific and medical work, segregating lepers, vaccinating the people, and improving in general sanitary conditions. We have improved the water supply by constructing waterworks in several cities and by boring artesian wells in villages throughout the islands. We have constructed harbors, the finest in the Orient. We have built highways connecting peoples of different provinces and of the same provinces. We have constructed railroads. All these things have been done by the taxes collected in the Philippine Islands from the people of the archipelago. The United States does not appropriate today $1 for any feature of the civil government to public improvements in the Philippine Islands. Yet, the BIA chief concluded that progress would continue, or that the present advanced position would be maintained if the guiding hand should be withdrawn, cannot for a moment be supposed. 8. Although the BIA officials were not ultimately successful in persuading leading Democrats to remove the more objectionable planks in their platform, they were able to moderate the policies of anti-imperialists. Wilson himself was not known for holding strong views on the Philippines. To be sure, during the years following the Spanish-American War, he had vacillated between retention and independence, a fact that left some Republicans, including Forbes, feeling optimistic that he would endorse the status quo. 9 such thoughts, however, were quickly put to rest after the election. "The Philippines are our frontier now," said the president-elect. "We don't know what is going on out there, and presently I hope to deprive ourselves of that frontier." 10. Nevertheless, during his first few months in office, a series of domestic battles over tariff and banking reform kept the Philippines off the president's agenda. With little indication of how Wilson might ultimately act, the older Republican Guard and Quezon's Democratic allies began to fill this vacuum with their own attempts to shape elite opinion. Quezon, the Republicans, and information. The push for Philippine independence was not led by American anti-imperialists or by radical revolutionaries, but by a Filipino official intimately familiar with the colonial government. Manuel Quezon, whose early rise from provincial lawyer to member of the Philippine Assembly was detailed in Chapter 6, had quickly emerged as a major force in Philippine politics. In 1909, he was elected as one of the 2 resident commissioners to Washington. Although he had been a voice of moderation during the early years of the colonial state, Quezon became a vocal advocate for independence when the Democrats won control of the House in 1910. Handsome, charismatic, and fluent in English, Quezon moved easily among officials in Washington and maintained close relationships with a number of Democratic members of Congress, including Francis Harrison, as well as the BIA chief, Frank McIntyre. From his official position in Washington, Quezon directed a lobby for Philippine independence that provided an alternative source for information about the islands, one that often sharply conflicted with the dominant narrative proclaimed by Forbes and Taft. 11. Although much of Quezon's lobbying work took place behind closed doors, in September 1912, just before Wilson's victory, he launched a new American periodical, The Filipino People, which would become the mouthpiece for the independence lobby. For years, the Republican administrators had forwarded the rather consistent, if flawed, argument that the United States had a duty to bring economic prosperity to the Philippines, and that this prosperity would, in turn, undermine Filipino arguments for independence. Quezon understood the power of this line of reasoning, but he also knew that the coalition for retaining the Philippines was fragile. Indeed, he understood just how little most members of Congress cared about the islands, and how that contributed to the relative autonomy enjoyed by the Forbes regime in Manila. Consequently, his newsletter provided a forum to criticize these arguments, but in a manner that would appeal to moderates in Congress. Rather than fiery denunciations of American rule, the newspaper would show, as Quezon himself wrote in the inaugural issue, the practicability and desirability of setting up an independent republic in the archipelago. 12. His arguments by and large served to turn Taft's logic on its head. 13. In a direct attack of Taft's position, Quezon made the case for independence at a New York banquet held in celebration of Republican achievements in the Philippines. You boast yourselves, and rightfully so, with having done in the Philippines in a few years what has not been done in other countries in generations. But while this speaks of your energy and wisdom, it also speaks of ours and our advancement in civilization when you came to the islands. Why should an American merchant need the presence of his flag to do business with us? Their opposition is ill-advised. The success of their respective undertakings requires the goodwill of the Filipino people, and they are rapidly alienating them with their well-known attitude. 14. Although Quezon's own views on immediate independence were more ambivalent than this speech would suggest, his new campaign undermined the claims of understanding and expertise that the Republican colonial establishment had long used to silence opposition. Quezon was well aware of the near monopoly on information exercised by the colonial government, and he now made an effort to correct the situation. In his newsletter, for example, he made several suggestions to correct the abuse of misinformation concerning the Philippines. Among other things, he suggested that the War Department reports no longer contain the following. 1. Constant statements designed to show, upon doubtful or garbled statistical authority, the wonderful growth of prosperity and trade in the islands. 2. Assertions concerning the remarkable spread of education in the islands coupled with statements designed to show the abject illiteracy of the voters with due credit assigned to Americans for the education and due discredit assigned to Filipinos for the illiteracy. 3. Pleas for the expenditure of money and for the authorization of issues of bonds. 15. Quezon also enlisted a variety of sympathetic American intellectuals to make the case that the information from Americans in Manila mischaracterized the situation. As Parker Willis, a Columbia economist who had earlier written a critical account of the Taft-era colonial government, asked his readers, why should we believe Philippine administrators today when they tell us that the natives are reconciled to our rule and no longer care for the independent government for which they fought without weapons and for which they vainly sought to pay with their lives? 16. Behind the scenes, Quezon continued to wield considerable influence, and it was Quezon himself who recommended the appointment of the new Governor-General. After discussing the matter over with Harrison, Quezon had forwarded his name to Bryan, who passed it on to Wilson. By mid-August 1913, Harrison's appointment as the new Governor-General was secure. 17. Independence and the Jones Bill. If the old Republican Guard held out any hope that Harrison would prove more moderate than his reputation suggested, his inaugural speech quickly put such thoughts to rest. Arriving Manila in October of 1913, he explained that his administration would not remain wedded to past practices. We regard ourselves as trustees, the new governor explained to the assembled crowd, acting not for the advantage of the United States, but for the benefit of the people of the Philippines. Every step we take will be taken with a view to the ultimate independence of the islands. 18. Although Taft and Forbes had long attached such democratic flourishes to their speeches, Philippine independence, for them, always remained a lofty goal for the distant future. Harrison now indicated that it was something to be achieved in a matter of years. More significantly, at least for Republican observers, was Harrison's immediate decision to grant Filipinos a majority on the Commission, the upper house and executive branch of the colonial government, which had retained an American majority since its inception. Filipinos would now gain effective control of the entire domestic government. 19. As if these changes were not radical enough, Harrison and Quezon immediately moved to secure independence legislation from Congress. Merely 3 years later, they would succeed when the Jones Act of 1916 committed the United States to an official policy of Philippine independence. For a measure that represented such a stark change in America's relationship to its most important colony, it proved surprisingly easy to achieve. As this section will show, the debate over Philippine independence quickly became more a question of when rather than if, and some congressional Democrats favored severing the connection far earlier than even nationalists like Quezon thought responsible. Nothing so demonstrates the political implications of the colonial state's lack of domestic support than the relative ease with which the Democrat-controlled colonial government was able to achieve a commitment on eventual independence from Congress. The colonial state's inability to attract Substantial domestic investment to the Philippines meant that a robust coalition of interests in favor of retention had never materialized. Their carefully constructed reports and ties with private money had allowed them to manage the islands with a relatively free hand for over a decade, but neither Congress nor most domestic constituencies shared their vision for the Philippines. Ironically, Harrison and his new Filipino partners would take advantage of the relative autonomy that their Republican predecessors had created for the colonial state, in this case to demonstrate its viability as an independent nation. Filipinization and the Republican opposition. While the various measures to increase home rule were being debated in Congress, Harrison was quickly replacing Americans with Filipinos throughout the colonial state bureaucracy, a policy that would become known as Filipinization and remain one of the most controversial reforms of the Democratic administration. McKinley's first Philippine Commission had, of course, suggested that Filipinos receive preferential treatment for civil service positions, but the policy was rarely observed for the higher levels of colonial administration, a fact that had long been a major point of contention among Filipino leaders. Harrison apparently agreed with these assessments. The bureaus here are top-heavy with Americans, he concluded in an early assessment to the Secretary of War. 21 The new policy quickly earned Harrison the scorn of past administrators and many of the Manila Americans. Dean Worcester, perhaps the most recalcitrant member of the Old Guard, would later write that these Filipinization campaigns were nothing more than an attempt by Harrison and Wilson to snatch whatever temporary popularity might be gained by posing as friends of the Filipinos and to utilize it for their own political advancement. 22 Filipinization, in other words, was a barely veiled attempt to pack the well-established civil service with radical anti-imperialists. Naturally, Harrison dismissed these accusations as politically motivated attacks. In all questions affecting the civil service, he later wrote, the spirit as well as the letter of the law and regulations in force, has been observed. 23 This was not entirely true, of course. As Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan had, in fact, requested appointments in the Philippines for some of his deserving Democrats with the dubious claim that it was necessary to have Nebraska represented in the Philippines. 24 Nevertheless, Harrison's commitment to Filipinization was not merely an effort to purge the colonial bureaucracy of Forbes loyalists. Although he did find some positions for the recommended Nebraskans, he noted that it has been a hard thing to do for the reason that I have been giving the Filipinos almost all the offices as they became vacant in order to give them a chance to show their capacity for self-government. 25. In truth, the changes in personnel were somewhat less dramatic than the Republican denunciations suggested. Filipinos had long made up a majority of civil service positions in the colonial state, while the number of Americans employed had remained relatively constant at about 2,600 for a decade. Furthermore, the turnover for Americans employed in technical and teaching positions was always rather high. During the Forbes administration, for example, about 500 Americans per year left the colonial civil service. Although this rate remained roughly the same during the first 3 years of Harrison's administration, as Americans left the civil service they were slowly replaced with Filipinos, and by 1919 only 760 remained. 26 The true outrage over Harrison's policies resulted less from the number of Americans dismissed than from his decision to purge top American officials whom he regarded as either exceedingly disloyal to me or else violently opposed to the policies of President Wilson. 27 In practice, this policy led to the retirement of more than 200 former top officials, including the head of the Customs Service, Henry B. McCoy. 28 There were, of course, more purely political reasons for cleaning house. Change could hardly come to Manila if officials still loyal to Forbes dominated the highest reaches of the colonial bureaucracy. 29 As in the Taft and Forbes administration, information about the Philippines was a jealously guarded prerogative of the colonial government, and Harrison, as well as his Filipino allies, was anxious to purge it of officials who might try to undermine the regime with unwelcome reports to Congress or domestic newspapers. Harrison was well aware that the Colonial Trust, so meticulously designed by Root, thrived through the shared ideological commitment of its members. As he later recalled, they stood together upon that issue, like the old guard at Waterloo, ready to die, but never surrender. If not in accord with the policy of the department heads and of the legislature, they could block to a very large extent the working out of any reform. The new policy would be impossible if bureau chiefs were to perform political sabotage with the official machinery. 30. Indeed, the centralized nature of the colonial government left the bureau chiefs with substantial autonomy within their various departments, and many were, as Harrison later wrote, generally inspired with a disbelief in the ability of the Filipinos to carry on any important work of government. 31. Any changes to the Philippine colonial state required that the former department heads be purged. The Philippine Society and the Campaign for Retention. The relatively anemic campaign to retain the islands was directed by the former Republican colonial state officials. Even before Harrison arrived to take control of the Philippines, the Republicans who had managed the American empire for the past decade saw the need for a new organization to defend the status quo. While he was still acting governor, Forbes, in a series of letters to his wealthy friends in American banking circles, proposed the establishment of a domestic lobbying group to influence Democratic policy on the islands. I believe a campaign waged within the ranks of the Democrats just now would set them right on this important matter, he wrote to Thomas Lamont of J.P. Morgan. I am inclined to think that only a small sum of money will be needed to handle the whole thing. My guess is about $25,000. I am willing to stand for a tenth of it and underwrite more. Can you help in this? 32. Forbes soon retained Martin Egan, the former publisher of the Manila Times, who had long been sympathetic to the Republican administration, and whose own writings reflected the belief of most colonial officials and American residents in the islands that their critics were woefully misinformed about the reality of American administration. As he wrote in a 1912 pamphlet, one of the difficulties that bar the way to success in the Philippines is the failure of the American people to understand the problem and questions involved. Congress itself has rarely brought either understanding or sympathy to the question, and by perversity that is exasperating, those who are most active in the premises and talk the most on the subject often seem the least informed. There are in the United States several authorities on the Philippines who count themselves as profound who have never seen the islands. Newspapers and editorial comment on the islands is rarely well informed and seldom accurate. 33. According to Forbes, his new lobbying organization, soon dubbed the Philippine Society, would present more accurate information to the public in a final attempt to win over moderate Democrats before Wilson had a chance to act. As he wrote to James Spire, owner of the MRC, if a campaign well conducted while the Democrats are in power just now could bring about a defeat of the present movement for a change in the Philippine status by the Democratic Party itself, a defeat within their own ranks, it would settle the plan of a revolutionary change out here for quite a time to come. 34. On the whole, major domestic American business interests remained indifferent to the islands, but the small American community in the Philippines was a vocal opponent of any possible independence measures. When the newly appointed Philippine Secretary of the Interior, Winfred Denison, openly advocated home rule and quick independence in a June 1914 speech at the City Club in Manila, he was quickly denounced by the local American press. According to the Manila Times, which had long served as the mouthpiece for conservative Manila Americans, careful reading of the speech in which the Secretary of the Interior, Winfred Denison, developed his theories of colonial government, theories acquired in an armchair, and freshened by harmless adventures in a country where peace and order are legacies his predecessor left him, leaves the reader undecided whether impertinence or ignorance is its chief characteristic. 35. The small collection of American traders and exporters, however, likely had little influence on the new colonial government. Even during the Republican era, they had been kept at arm's length. The most vociferous opponents of change in Philippine policy were the current and former officials of the colonial state. This came as no surprise to anti-imperialists. Moorfield Story, head of the Anti-Imperialism League, had earlier written Harrison to warn him of opposition from the bureaucracy which had grown to be such a dangerous and powerful element, as well as media interests in the Philippines. 36 Taft, in a January 1913 speech before the annual gala of the Ohio Society of New York, continued to march to the drumbeat of imperialism, calling the Philippines the best colonies in the world, and urged that the Democrats go on as we have. 37 By October of 1913, his tone had become even more strident. We are seeking to create a national spirit, not, as under all previous systems, to suppress it, the former president wrote. It is utter folly to suppose that in 10 or 11 years all of this could be fully accomplished. 38 For Taft and Forbes, an official policy of independence not only seemed unwise, but also undermined their nation-building strategy. The former administrators had attempted to create an investment market in part by assuring American capitalists of the stability of colonial rule. Without this stability, they feared, economic development would prove impossible. I feel perfectly sure of one thing, as sure as I can feel of anything in this world, Forbes wrote to the new Democratic Secretary of War, Lindley Garrison. That is that the present lessening of American control in any degree will prolong the necessity for it. Of course, there may be very different opinions as to what it is the duty of the American people to accomplish in the islands, whether we are to turn them loose like Cuba before they are really ready, and let them worry along as best they can, or whether we are to really make something of them, make them rich, strong, progressive, and self-reliant, complete in all their parts, capable of earning considerable wages and of accumulating wealth. To make their work really available takes capital, and capital takes confidence, and so it all comes back to having a government out there that people have confidence in, and that confidence has just now been somewhat shaken. 39. Whether or not the Philippine Society, which eventually included Taft, Wright, and Forbes, as well as various bankers and former administration officials, had any real influence on the Democrats' Philippine policy is difficult to determine. For the most part, Taft's older, more patrician Filipino allies had lost most of their political influence, and so could not be counted on to shape events in Manila. Martin Egan directly lobbied new officials in the Wilson administration and apparently convinced William Mikado and William Redfield, the new Secretaries of Treasury and Commerce, respectively, of the wisdom of retention. Not surprisingly, business leaders with interests in the islands, including J.G. White, the owner of the Philippine Railway and a member of the Society, were decidedly opposed to early independence, as were some major newspapers, particularly on the West Coast. 40 But even from these supportive constituencies, arguments in favor of retention remained somewhat muted. A December 1912 editorial in the San Francisco Chronicle, for example, acknowledged that Ost Americans would gladly be rid of the responsibility for the islanders if it could be done with honor. 41 The fact remained that the independence of the Philippines was never a particularly important issue for the American public, most of whom had never warmed to their nation's Asian colony. Quezon, always a close student of American politics, was well aware of this fact, noting to Governor Harrison, I have not the slightest doubt but that the American people in general are favorable to Philippine independence. The trouble is that the people at large are not interested enough in this subject to write to their congressmen, and the only voice that is being heard is the voice of those who are interested in retention, who are, naturally, actively working to defeat the bill. 42. Moreover, Republicans in Congress were largely uninterested in expending political capital to defend a project that had generated, at best, indifferent support from the public. Such vague concerns were hardly the recipe for an impassioned defense of imperialism. Even Theodore Roosevelt, writing to Forbes in 1915, explained that he no longer saw the wisdom in keeping the colony if retention was not accompanied by a robust policy of imperialism. It has been very bitter for me to have to grow to feel, as I have grown to feel, the former president wrote, that the attitude of the American people was such as to make it unwise for us to retain. 43 As Wilson entered office, then, support for American imperialism even among Republicans was sharply on the decline. The Jones Act and American Capital. The ambiguity that characterized the early Philippine policy of the Wilson administration was quickly replaced with a clear commitment to home rule, although official independence would remain a more politically sensitive issue. Earlier in the year, Wilson had dispatched Henry Jones Ford, a friend and fellow political scientist at Princeton, to take stock of the situation. 44 While still governor, Forbes had written to Ford with his own suggestions, nearly all of which demonstrated his confidence that Wilson would leave his policies in place, including the establishment of some government organ which could mold public opinion along the lines of the effort of the American people in the Philippine Islands, and an increase in the allowable debt for the colonial government. "We are trying to build a nation here," he wrote. "We can do it faster with money than without." 45 Forbes could hardly have been more out of step with the new administration's policies, and Ford pointedly ignored all of his recommendations. In fact, Ford's report recommended precisely the opposite course. He noted that Filipinos were ready to take on most of the tasks of self-government, and he advised Wilson to grant them effective autonomy in domestic affairs by installing a Filipino majority on the commission. 46 For his part, Quezon had been working to balance the increasingly strident demands for independence from a breakaway Philippine nationalist faction in Manila with the political realities in Washington. 2 years earlier, he had worked with William Jones, the aging chairman of the House Committee on Insular Affairs, to draft a bill that mandated elections for an upper house of the legislature with Philippine independence to follow 8 years later. 47 In 1912, of course, with Taft still in office, the bill had no chance of becoming law. Quezon was well aware of this fact, and the act was designed in large part to shore up support for his Nacionalista party at home. Now, with Wilson in the White House, the opportunity to develop a comprehensive plan for independence presented itself. Quezon's next proposal, which he first discussed with McIntyre at the BIA, delayed Philippine independence for at least 25 years and only after the country had achieved a 75% literacy rate for adult men. 48 This more conservative second attempt reflected his private fears that the Philippines was not ready for immediate independence, as well as his suspicion that Southern Democrats in Congress, who had long seen the colony as an affront to American racial order, were simply looking for an excuse to be rid of it. 49 In the meantime, however, Jones had worked out a second bill, which provided for 2 elected branches in the colonial legislature and, more significantly, a guarantee of eventual independence. This bill, which Quezon supported in lieu of his own effort, passed the House in October of 1914 with a solid 212-60 vote, but soon became bogged down in the Senate over objections to the independence language in the bill's preamble. 50 The prospects for the second Jones bill were revived when the 64th Congress convened in December 1915 with a larger Democratic majority. Yet American capitalists who had invested in the colonial government's bonds feared that a sovereign Philippine government would no longer honor them. J.G. White, whose company had played a major role in the development of Philippine railroads, vigorously opposed independence in the near term. To withdraw from the islands in from 2 to 4 years, he wrote to the chair of the Senate Committee on the Philippines. The authority of the government of the United States, and would consequently be treating unfairly the citizens who had responded to this invitation by investing their funds to meet these requests. 51. Quezon himself played a large role in appeasing the American investors. As he later reported to Governor Harrison, "I have seen many people in New York, especially those who have money invested in the Philippines, and by using all kind of arguments to suit their particular view, I am succeeding in getting them not to fight." The bill. 52 Another attempt to reduce such opposition was championed by the Secretary of War, Newton Baker, who asked the Senate Committee on Appropriations to guarantee the bonds, an effort that was ultimately unsuccessful. 53 Back in Manila, Harrison applied equal pressure to American businesses. The dependence of business investors on the colonial state, a situation created by Harrison's Republican predecessors, gave the new governor some powerful tools to keep them in line. Although major investors such as the White Syndicate, owners of the Philippine Railway Company, had initially greeted the new democratic administration with caution and, in some cases, outright hostility, the dependence of the American business community on the colonial state made such opposition difficult to sustain. The most significant American investments, after all, were dependent on government contracts or loan guarantees for their survival, a fact that was emphasized by Harrison's promise that his opponents would be made to suffer. 54 To silence Manila lawyer Charles Cohn, for example, one of his most vehement critics, the new governor-general sent word to San Francisco investors that they would be wise to move their interests from Cohn's Manila law firm to a more cooperative one. More commonly, however, he worked to assuage the colonial state's private partners through favorable financial arrangements, including the controversial San Jose Friar estate owners who were given access to 600,000 Cuban pesos worth of government loans to prop up their struggling business. 55 Quezon's lobbying and Harrison's financial inducements to toe the line seem to have paid off. During a series of hearings before the Senate Committee on the Philippines, representatives of both American sugar interests and the colonial railroads gave measured support for the bill. "I am in favor of this bill," George Fairchild of the Mindoro Sugar Company testified. "I believe the initiative in a great many matters should be granted to the Filipinos, for, while I am not in favor of immediate independence, I believe that we should not withhold from them, or we should not break, I should say, the promise we have made to them." 56 Or, as he had written earlier in a trade publication, Home Rule for the Philippine Islands, in the opinion of a very large majority of the American businessmen in the islands, under this bill, with its safeguards and with some amendments is looked upon with favor. 57 Charles Swift, the president of the Philippine Railway Company and the Manila Electric Railway, expressed similar support. "The only interests I have anywhere are in these two properties, so I consider that I am something like the Filipino. Whatever helps the Filipino will help me," he told the Senate. 58 The flexibility of American business interests in the face of the shifting preferences of the colonial regime is less surprising than it may seem. American investors were never directly committed to the ideological goals of the Taft and Forbes regime, but they were committed to the financial subsidies that had long supported their businesses. The railroads, easily the largest American investments in the islands, were, by the end of the Forbes era, surviving primarily through the generous loan terms and direct investments by the colonial government itself. In fact, the owners of both railroads had plans to sell their unprofitable companies to the colonial government, the purchase of which would be financed through further bond offerings. Swift's only real concern seemed to be the status of his company's bonds if and when the archipelago should become independent. Yet his assertion that the United States would remain responsible for these debts seemed to surprise the committee. The chairman: "Do you mean that the government of the United States is responsible for the bonded debt of the Philippine Islands?" Mr. Swift: "Yes, sir, morally responsible, at any rate. I suppose a bondholder buying the bonds, if he were a foreigner, would undoubtedly make a claim that the United States was responsible, and why should it not be? What did the Filipino have to do with issuing those bonds? The amount of the bonds was fixed in Washington, the form of the bonds was fixed in Washington, the price was fixed in Washington, and the sale was made in Washington." The chairman: "Then the United States would be responsible for the interest on the railroad's bonds in the Philippine Islands?" Mr. Swift: "I think so, myself. A large number of those bonds were sold at one time, and bids for those bonds were received in the office of the Insular Bureau in Washington." Senator Lippitt: "Do you mean that if the United States government abandoned the Philippine Islands, and turned them over to the Filipino people, the United States government would be responsible for those bonds in case the Filipino government did not pay them?" Mr. Swift: "Yes, sir, that is my position." 59. Having thrown their lot in with the success of the colony, the private investors had little recourse but to cooperate with the new regime and to distance themselves from the former administrators. In a little less than 2 years, Harrison was able to remove his opponents from office and to co-opt the private interests with investments in the islands. Ironically, the very autonomy of the colonial state was used to defeat its architects. Indeed, the inability of the colony to attract much domestic political or economic interest left it with relatively few domestic political opponents in its quest for independence. In August of 1916, after defeating a new bill to grant independence within 5 years, the Jones Bill was adopted nearly as it had been introduced in 1914. When Wilson signed the Jones Act on August 29, 1916, he ushered in a new era of Philippine-American relations, giving the Filipinos far greater control over their domestic affairs. The Philippine Commission was abolished, a new bicameral legislature was adopted, and for the first time, the United States officially acknowledged that the Philippines would eventually be granted independence. 60 The date of its official independence, however, would remain unknown, along with the status of the capitalists' loans. This ambiguity would usher in a new era. Harrison, Quezon, and their allies would now try to use the resources of the colonial state to bootstrap its development and show that it was ready for full sovereignty sooner rather than later. Nationalization and development. Just prior to leaving the Philippines for the last time as Governor-General in August 1913, Cameron Forbes wrote a long letter to his Democratic successor. Among other things, Forbes advised him that no matter what the future holds for the Philippine Islands, the present need is an increase in the purchasing power of the people. Even if they want to purchase independence, they have got to have more money to do it with. Therefore our present concern is to make them more wealthy. 61 Initially, there was some uncertainty about whether Forbes's focus on economic development would survive the change in administration. As Winfred Dennison, one of the newly appointed Democratic members of the Commission, asked in a public address not long after his arrival, why should we insist upon hustling the East against its will and at its expense if the East itself wishes to lie placid murmuring mañana? 62 Within weeks of his arrival in the Philippines, however, it became clear that Harrison, along with his Filipino allies, had no intention of abandoning economic development. The development of the islands was one policy that the former Republican administrators, the new Democratic administration, and Filipino elites could readily agree upon. Yet the relative scarcity of capital remained a key problem during Harrison's administration, as it had been during the Taft and Forbes eras. Indeed, the always tenuous financial condition of the colonial government had become increasingly precarious by the time Harrison took office in 1914. Customs revenues, for example, which remained the most important source of income for the colonial state, fell by 39% between 1912 and 1913, and by 1914 total revenues were down by 5.7 million Cuban pesos from 1913. 63 In large part, the revenue situation was settled by the imposition of new taxes in 1915, which raised rates for merchants and manufacturers, and consequently stabilized the government's revenues. 64 Furthermore, the start of World War I dramatically increased the demand for Philippine exports and led to a corresponding increase in government revenues. The stabilization and increase in colonial revenue, however, did not translate into a significant increase in American investments. As Table 7.1 demonstrates, even after 2 decades of U.S. occupation, British investors had invested almost twice as much capital in the Philippines. Despite this lack of manufacturing interest and direct investment, the colonial state, through its quasi-autonomous status, retained control over its tax revenue and currency reserves, resources they would soon use to begin a radical experiment in state-led development. As this section will demonstrate, colonial economic policy during the Harrison administration relied ever more on government direction of the colonial economy. In part, these direct interventions into the economy were driven by the continued failure of the colonial state to attract private investments. As Harrison would later write in an autobiographical account of his administration, the growth of the idea in the Philippines was not due to a desire to preempt the field for investments, but arose simply and solely from the refusal of sufficient American and foreign capital to enter the country. 65 In part, too, the policies were driven by Harrison's ideological commitment to the public ownership of utilities. Unlike the Forbes administration, which had used colonial resources to guarantee loans, Harrison attempted to use the resources of the colonial government itself to ease access to capital markets and to directly manage colonial development. Most significant was his decision to establish a government-run bank to give Philippine manufacturers and local governments access to relatively cheap government loans. Through this institution, the government gained access to New York capital, enabling it to pump money into the colonial economy by operating, without congressional approval, as a quasi-official arm of the U.S. government on Wall Street. As we will see, the consequences of this policy were nearly catastrophic. Creating a colonial development bank. The idea for a government-run colonial bank did not originate with Harrison. Americans had long been critical of the usurious practices of local money lenders, often the only source of capital for Filipino farmers, and the large English banks that financed the import-export trade but provided little capital for local manufacturers. 66 As early as 1901, Charles Conant had suggested the creation of an agricultural bank, and in 1907 the colonial government gained congressional approval for a modest bank to make small agricultural loans of no more than $5,000, which the Philippine legislature later allocated 1 million Cuban pesos from the General Fund for Start-up Capital. 67 Although the bank did provide a welcome new source of financing for farmers, access to loans was restricted to those who could demonstrate formal ownership of their property, a requirement that most small-scale Filipino farmers could not meet. A greater problem, however, was the bank's difficulty in attracting capital. Both European and American bankers demurred when asked by the colonial government to invest in the bank, citing administrative difficulties or lack of experience in agricultural banking. Consequently, by the close of the Forbes administration, the bank's start-up capital was virtually depleted. To provide some temporary relief, in February 1913 the Philippine legislature authorized the bank to become the primary depository for municipal and provincial funds, and at the end of 1914, the first year of Harrison's administration, the bank had more than 4 million Cuban pesos in outstanding agricultural loans. 68 By 1915, the modest successes experienced by the agricultural bank seemed to offer a solution to one of the central objectives of Harrison and his nacionalista allies, a way to achieve economic development without relying on the very sort of foreign investments that would jeopardize Philippine independence. That summer, Vice Governor Henderson Martin proposed increasing the bank's capital by transferring 10 million Cuban pesos from the insular treasury and expanding its mandate to make commercial and industrial, as well as agricultural, loans. Months later, this fairly measured proposal had evolved into something more radical when Harrison used his speech at the opening of the new legislative session to call for a government-run bank to stimulate national development. 69 The most significant objection to this proposal came from Frank McIntyre at the BIA, who opposed further government intrusion into the colonial economy. During this period, the National City Bank of New York had acquired the International Banking Corporation, one of the major branch banks in Manila, and McIntyre argued that the colonial government should hand over its financial responsibilities to National City, which had also proved helpful in financing some of the dollar diplomacy interventions. 70 Harrison, it seems, was not entirely opposed to working with the new American bank, going so far as to acknowledge that the new ownership of the International Banking Corporation may enthuse vitality and enterprise into the operations of their branch here and be more helpful to general commerce and agriculture in the islands. 71 Nevertheless, the Governor-General moved ahead with his proposal, retaining H. Parker Willis, a Columbia economist who had earlier written a critical account of Republican stewardship of the archipelago, to study the possibility of a government bank. After suggesting a variety of safeguards to prevent abuse, Willis came out in favor of the new policy. More than anything, These disagreements reveal the ideological divide that was emerging between the colonial government and the ostensibly nonpartisan BIA. As Quezon wrote from Washington, we should make Philippines financially independent of any outside corporation. 72 Both Harrison and the Filipino nationalists were anxious to decouple the colonial economy from private American interests without sacrificing economic expansion, a goal, they thought, that could only be accomplished with a government-owned development bank. McIntyre was hardly opposed to colonial economic development, but the creation of a national bank struck him as a dangerous and radical proposal. Even Professor Willis admitted that it was a significant departure from traditional American economic policy. It is for the United States, he acknowledged, a new form of government activity in the business field, an attempt to dispose of certain pressing economic problems through organized effort. 73 In the end, however, the power a national bank offered Harrison and his Filipino allies to shape the colonial economy trumped McIntyre's concerns. Rather than facilitating Philippine independence, however, the bank would soon become one of the colonial state's biggest liabilities. In February 1916, Harrison signed into law a bill creating the PNB, arguably the world's first government-run development bank, with an initial capitalization of 20 million Cuban pesos. 74 The bank opened in July of 1916 and quickly experienced massive growth. Its resources, which amounted to 29 million Cuban pesos on opening day, had grown to almost 250 million Cuban pesos by the end of 1918, giving it a 62% share of all banking resources in the islands. 75 The PNB also had control over nearly all the insular government's resources. The insular treasurer reported that 76.6% of the currency reserves, along with 65 million Cuban pesos of the insular government's own funds, were on deposit with the PNB's New York branch, while only 17 million Cuban pesos, over half of which actually belonged to the currency fund, was on deposit with the treasury itself. In short, the vast majority of the insular government's cash and currency reserves were under the control of the PNB by 1918. As long as the bank remained sound, none of this would have been cause for concern, but if the PNB became insolvent, the results would be catastrophic for the colonial government, which kept less than 9 million Cuban pesos in its own vaults. 76 The situation was made even more perilous by the broad powers given to the bank. Not only did it serve as the central depository for all colonial funds, national, provincial, and municipal, but it also operated as a commercial bank. 77 Indeed, the final bill, unlike Willis's proposal, lacked a number of the safeguards, such as separate divisions for long-term development loans and short-term commercial securities and paper operations. Rather than a government-supported development bank or a banker's bank, in other words, the PNB became a combination of the two, a central bank that simultaneously operated as a commercial bank on the open market. Moreover, the president and vice president of the bank were given unilateral authority to issue commercial loans. Under such conditions, even Willis, who would serve as the PNB's first director, questioned whether the bank can maintain itself absolutely free of political interference or control. It is this rock of politics, he ominously concluded, upon which many financial institutions in the Latin American countries have split. 78. The Gold Standard Fund and the PNB. The PNB's spectacular growth, as well as its subsequent collapse, can only be understood through a careful reconstruction of its control over the Philippine Gold Reserve Fund. During the Harrison administration, the fund grew to play a more and more central role in colonial finance, although its use as a tool to drive development actually emerged with the governor's Republican predecessors. As discussed in Chapter 6, Forbes had redirected millions of pesos from the fund when colonial revenue collections fell during final years of his administration in order to maintain expenditures on his cherished public works projects. In 1911, the Commission adopted Act 2083, which fixed the fund at 35% of the currency in circulation and authorized the insular treasurer to transfer money from the fund in excess of that amount to the colonial treasury. The amounts involved were not small. By the end of 1912 these transfers amounted to 3.3 million Cuban pesos and by 1917 came to over 10 million Cuban pesos. 79. A more significant departure from traditional banking practices, however, was a provision in Act 2083 to lend up to 50% of the remaining fund to local governments for the construction of municipal markets and other local improvements, a practice that amounted to over $3.6 million in local loans by 1913. 80. Although initially critical of this practice, Harrison's own plans for colonial economic development required significant capital investments, too. As he confessed to Charles Conant, I share your doubt about the advisability of the lending of half of the gold standard fund for local improvements here, but that system is at present in vogue. 81. In truth, the fund proved equally beguiling to Harrison. This was particularly true because Congress had consistently refused to act on the insular government's repeated requests to increase its debt ceiling. With this decree, Congress presumably thought it restricted the colonial states' ability to take on new loans. Yet as we have seen, congressional oversight was hampered since the earliest days of colonial administration by its relative lack of interest in its largest colony, a fact that was often compounded by the carefully curated facts presented by the colonial government. Although insular authorities were forced to respect the debt limit, they could, through some creative interpretations of the law, use their gold reserve fund as collateral for further loans, financial transactions that Congress was unlikely to carefully scrutinize. Following Forbes's lead, then, Harrison and the Philippine legislature began to use the fund to pump money into local governments. In 1912, only 12% of the fund had been invested in this way, but by 1914 nearly 45.7% was tied up in loans. Harrison had earlier been in negotiations with Congress for a large loan, but with these negotiations going nowhere and with the 50% threshold quickly approaching, the governor requested access to the remaining gold. 82. Consequently, in February 1915 the threshold was increased to 80%. As in earlier actions, the colonial state retained a relatively free hand to manage its own resources, and continued to do so, even as Congress regularly restricted its ability to engage in practices that might affect the metropole's finances or credit. When the PNB opened its New York office in 1917, the opportunities to leverage the colonial state's resources dramatically expanded. Initially, there was some hope that it would become a branch of the newly created Federal Reserve System, a move that, if acceptable to Washington, would have dramatically expanded its influence and access to capital. 83. It was, however, quickly decided that as a technically foreign bank this would be in violation of the Federal Reserve Act. An additional complication arose because New York banking laws prevented the PNB from holding its own currency reserves. Consequently, the gold was deposited in a variety of private banks and stored to the credit of the PNB. 84. Colonial authorities, however, were quick to see that this necessity could prove beneficial as well. Thus, New York banks that were friendly to the colonial government could expect deposits, as could banks in politically important states. Not long after the PNB's creation, for example, the insular treasurer wrote to Gilbert Hitchcock, chairman of the Senate Committee on the Philippines, with a generous proposal. "We have some quite large deposits in the New York banks," the treasurer reported. "It is our intention to distribute them to other banks outside of New York in the United States. And thinking that you possibly have some banks in Omaha which you would like to name as depositories, I would like to transfer possibly $600,000 gold from New York to your state." 85. Naturally, this was an offer that Hitchcock and two Nebraska banks were happy to accept. 86. The real difficulty, however, arose as a result of the bank's inability to separate its currency trading operations from the PNB's own funds. In its zeal to increase the PNB's resources, the insular government paid little attention to the intermingling of the bank's commercial funds and those of the government's currency reserves, an oversight with predictably disastrous consequences. Through a variety of complex accounting missteps, gold that was supposed to be held to the credit of the Gold Reserve Fund was eventually credited to the PNB's open account and subsequently used to finance more loans, a violation of both banking regulations and common sense. 87 In short, the gold was being counted twice, first on the PNB's own books to finance development loans in the Philippines and second by the insular treasurer as hard currency reserves. The result, although nobody seems to have recognized it at the time, was tremendous inflation and a completely inadequate gold reserve fund. It did, however, allow the PNB access to a substantial amount of capital, which it promptly provided for development loans. The situation could perhaps have been salvaged if these loans remained sound, but this was not to be the case. These very loans became increasingly toxic as borrowers began to default on their debts following the end of World War I, leaving the colonial government with a currency that was, in essence, backed by a series of increasingly worthless securities. Prior to the reckoning, however, the Gold Reserve Fund provided Harrison's colonial government with vast amounts of capital to engage in its own, ever more fantastic development schemes, and, because such capital was presumably used to back the colonial state's own currency, such practices raised no objections from Congress. Investments, railroads, national industries, and export agriculture. Notwithstanding the eventual outcome of Harrison's development policies, for a time they seemed to promise sustained prosperity in the Philippines. In the 7 years following his inauguration as governor, the colonial government would purchase the MRC. It would establish a public utilities board and create a series of state enterprises, including a national coal company, a national cement company, and a national development company, and, through the PNB, it would provide generous loans to fuel the industrialization of sugar processing. 88 Much of this development, as in the earlier Republican period, was driven by Harrison's own ideological commitment to ideas that were then in vogue in democratic circles in the United States, and he would marshal the colonial government's own resources to shape the colony according to these theories. Railroad nationalization. Among the most radical interventions into the colonial economy during the Democratic administration was the nationalization of the MRC, the largest industrial interest in the archipelago. Despite the fact that the railroads were supposed to spur American investment in the Philippines, both the MRC and the PRC had struggled to maintain financial viability even with the generous loan terms provided by the colonial government. As discussed in Chapter 6, construction costs on both railroads had far exceeded their original estimates. Indeed, the owners of the PRC had long been willing to sell their shares to the government, and White & Co. had approached the government as early as 1909 about the matter. The MRC was in better shape, but by 1914 its directors refused to proceed with further construction unless the colonial government provided even more guaranteed loans. Unlike his predecessor, however, Harrison was unwilling to provide more subsidies. Although he suspected that corruption was responsible for a significant proportion of the railroad's inflated costs, the MRC's desperate financial straits also seemed to offer an opportunity to gain direct state control over one of the major engines for colonial economic growth. 89 As he wrote to Secretary of War, Lindley Garrison, in January 1914, just months after his arrival, my own desire would be to see the government take over the management of all the Philippine railroads since we are already involved in an annual expenditure of about 600,000 Cuban pesos to meet interest on their bonds. 90 As with the plan for a national bank, the most concerted opposition to the nationalization of the colonial railroads came from Washington. For a time, the BIA, Secretary of War Garrison, and even ColIn believed that any such plan would seriously jeopardize the Jones Bill, since the railroads had for so long been presented as an unqualified triumph of colonial development. I am firmly of the opinion that to allow now the railroad to go into hands of a receiver would seriously hurt Philippine policies of the administration, ColIn wrote to Harrison, because the opposition would at once make much capital out of the failure of the railroad to prove that the new policies are ruining the country. 91 McIntyre and Garrison entirely concurred with this assessment. Both recommended that Harrison prepare an additional 2.5 million Cuban pesos loan to provide further financial assistance to the MRC, reasoning that the avoidance of any appearances of the failure of this great enterprise in the islands are of controlling importance. 92 Harrison reluctantly complied with these orders, providing the MRC with small loans to keep it afloat throughout the Jones Bill negotiations. At the same time, however, through his Public Utilities Board, the governor was hastening the MRC's decline. He had never abandoned his plans to nationalize the MRC, a move that would give him control of the colony's most significant corporation and simultaneously remove some of his most vehement critics. Although the colonial government had a brief scare when it appeared that an immediate independence bill might pass, a situation Harrison feared would make bonds for the purchase of the MRC impossible to sell, the adoption of the more conservative Jones Bill put such fears to rest. 93 In truth, the nationalization of the railroad proved surprisingly easy. After all, Spire and the remaining investors had every reason to sell their interest in the railroad to the government. The MRC had long been dependent on the colonial state for subsidies, and if the government no longer wished to provide such support, it made sense to get out of the business altogether. In 1916, Spire & Co. quickly settled for the rather generous terms that Harrison offered, $4 million in payment for the railroad stock and the assumption of $10.5 million of the MRC's bonded debt. 94 Harrison's decision to proceed with the nationalization of the MRC would prove to be among his most controversial policies. While former Republican administrators, Forbes and Taft chief among them, criticized this apparently un-American decision to involve the government so directly in industry, more sympathetic observers focused on the generosity of the purchase price. 95 After all, $4 million in cash seemed to be a rather favorable offer for a company with over $10 million in debt and nearly worthless stock. In his 1917 History of the Philippines, one that, for the most part, is an admirably balanced account of the early Harrison years, Charles Eliot described it as unjust to the Filipino people and disastrous to the treasury. 96 Even Harrison later acknowledged this as a rather unusual move. He took care to remind his readers that railroads are generally owned and operated by the governments in all nearby countries and colonies. 97 It did not hurt that control over the island's major railroad would also allow the governor to direct its development without the need to negotiate with private interests. 98 In most respects, however, government ownership of the railway did not lead to a dramatic change in policies. As Arturo Corpus notes in his careful study of the colonial railway system, a long-standing goal of the railroad's American directors was to transform the MRC from a passenger railroad into a freight railroad. 99 Only freight revenue, it was thought, would provide enough business to make it a viable operation, while simultaneously reducing the cost for sugar processing and export. American railroad policy in both administrations was shaped by efforts to open up new sections of the archipelago for development through expanded service to agriculturally productive regions. 100 While the railroad directors had to report to the government after 1917, the administration was far from hostile to Filipino or American firms that were investing in sugar. Indeed, the development of the Philippine sugar industry as a major export crop remained at the heart of the government's policies. To serve the growing sugar industry in Pampanga, for example, a new branch line to Floridablanca had earlier been constructed off the major North-South MRC line. In 1918, a group of American investors proposed that the MRC extend this branch a few miles farther from Floridablanca to the village of Carmen, where they proposed to build a sugar processing plant, commonly known as a central. This request was not uncommon, but the debate that it generated is particularly illustrative of the pro-sugar policies pursued by the government-owned railroad. At a meeting to debate this proposal, with Governor General Harrison in attendance, James Rafferty, an American and the director of the Bureau of Commerce and Industry, condemned the proposed extension as wasteful and unnecessary. In his memo to the board, he noted that the construction was exclusively for the benefit of a corporation which is well able to supply its railroad extension. 101 The MRC general manager, however, came out strongly in favor of the extension, which, he argued, would benefit the villagers of Carmen and provide much-needed freight revenue to the line. In the end, the arguments for the line extension carried the day. 102 What requires explanation, then, is not change in the government's railroad policy, but consensus that it should use the MRC to promote export agriculture. Certainly the role of wealthy Filipino and American sugar processing interests played a role in soliciting this support from the government. As many scholars have noted, the larger shift from exclusive American control of the colonial government to an active Filipino-led legislature did little to stop the march to a cash crop economy based on sugar, hemp, and copra. 103 Yet the role of Harrison's beliefs in theories that government-owned railroads and utilities could better direct development should not be obscured. I am and have for some years been a strong believer in government ownership of railroads wherever that policy is feasible, he had written to the Secretary of War not long after his arrival in the Philippines. The long series of scandals and frauds connected with the construction of the Manila Railroad Company certainly afford us an object lesson in how private ownership of railroads may not be ideal. 104 No less an authority than William Jennings Bryan considered it an eminently sensible policy. You are entirely right, he wrote to Harrison. The government should own the railroad there. If, in this country a people as intelligent as ours find it difficult, if not impossible, to protect themselves from injustice at the hands of domestic railroad corporations, how can a people like the Filipinos hope to protect themselves from injustice at the hands of foreign railroad corporations? 105 As Bryan's hearty endorsement suggests, at the root of Harrison's decision to nationalize the railways was a belief, popular among some liberal progressives, that public utilities and railroads ought to be owned by the state. Unable to accomplish such reform in the United States, they applied this policy to their largest colony, initially with great success, and saw railroad revenues increase from 4.4 million Cuban pesos in 1916 to 10.8 million Cuban pesos in 1919. 106. Agricultural industrialization and government corporations. Along with the nationalization of the MRC came the creation of a variety of national industrial corporations. In 1917, the National Coal Company was established to offset the price of coal and received 3.1 million Cuban pesos in government funds over the next 3 years. 107 The National Petroleum Company, National Iron Company, National Cement Company, and the Coconuts Product Company followed in 1918. The most powerful of these, and the longest lasting, was the National Development Company, which Harrison later reported, really permits the Philippine government to enter indirectly into almost any sort of business deemed to be in the interests of the people of the islands. 108 For the most part, however, the business of all of these government corporations was export agriculture, specifically the production of sugar, hemp, and coconut oil. With the passage of the Payne-Aldrich Act in 1909 and the Underwood Tariff of 1913, the Philippines effectively gained the right to export sugar duty-free to the United States. Yet local sugar producers lacked the centrifugal sugar processing plants that would allow them to manufacture the high-grade refined sugar that was commonly sold in the American market. Without these industrial plants, only low-grade Muscovado sugar could be produced, which commanded a much lower price, leaving the Filipino producers heavily in debt. 109 Although U.S. investors had developed 2 modern centrals by 1910, the congressionally imposed restrictions that prevented Americans from owning large tracts of land limited the interest of American firms in Philippine sugar production. Moreover, the relative lack of investment capital available in the islands meant that even enterprising Filipino producers had difficulty upgrading their facilities. What is undoubtedly needed in the sugar region of the Philippines is the investment of substantial amount of new capital in the erection of modern centrals or mills. Explained Parker Willis. 110 Indeed, the development of these modern methods was precisely what the colonial government intended to finance. In the last 4 years of Harrison's administration, the government cooperatives, flush with cash from the PNB, would support an enormous bubble of speculative investment to expand Philippine agricultural exports. With 26 million Cuban pesos of financing, 18 modern centrals were in operation by 1919, as well as 41 new coconut oil mills. Although it was unknown at that time, figures 7.2 and 7.3 demonstrate the shocking decline of the Colonial Gold Reserve Fund, and the accompanying spike in currency in circulation caused by the PNB's generous loans. As is often the case, easy access to credit was the central cause of this economic bubble. Parker Willis, who designed the bank and took a leave of absence from the Federal Reserve to serve as its first director, shared many of the goals of the administration. He, too, saw the bank as a way to dramatically increase Philippine exports and to expand the economy. Yet Willis, whose approach to banking was conservative and academic, quickly became unpopular with nacionalista leaders who hoped to use the bank as a promotional tool for the economy and their own political goals. The aggressive lending policy that soon became a hallmark of PNB business was largely the work of General Venancio Concepcion, a veteran of the revolution and friend of Speaker Osmeña, who served as PNB president beginning in 1918. Some combination of crony capitalism and a genuine desire to promote Philippine development and stabilize export prices led Concepcion to make a number of ill-advised loans during the next 2 years. The government had ample warning that many of the bank's practices were unsound. Even Harrison's own brother, Archibald Harrison, who served as a director of the PNB, had warned that the bank was granting development loans for land that could never be economically cultivated. 111. The government had, for example, received fair warning from its advisors in New York as early as the summer of 1918 to expect a contraction of the sugar market, yet it continued to finance the development of more centrals. In addition, Philippine hemp producers were given generous access to financing. The Philippine Fiber and Produce Company, which had secured a 1.6 million Cuban pesos line of credit, was later authorized by Concepcion for a total of 4.6 million Cuban pesos in loans. When the hemp market declined in the latter half of 1918, the bank authorized more loans to hemp exporters in a misguided effort to buy hemp and stabilize the price. 112. Nevertheless, this new infusion of capital, coupled with a dramatic increase in commodity prices during World War I, fueled an unprecedented boom in sugar and coconut oil throughout the Philippines. Between 1919 and 1920, sugar became the most valuable product of the islands, and coconut oil, which was not even commercially manufactured in 1917, became a leading export. 113. Although much of this wealth would later prove illusory, for a time it seemed that Harrison's Stat-L development strategy was marvelously successful. Can anyone who was in Manila in 1918 and 1919 forget the financial boom of those years? The governor would later wistfully ask in a book about his administration. Men were getting rich quick through oil, hemp, coal, and shipping. 114. Economic collapse and republicanism. Sadly, this prosperity would be short-lived, and with it, the proof that the Philippines was ready for independence. With the end of World War I, the bubble in agricultural commodities that fueled so much development in the islands burst. 115. Corporate and agricultural borrowers who had received loans far in excess of their collateral now began to default. In the case of the sugar industry, for example, the PNB had lent 21 million Cuban pesos more than it was authorized to do, a fact that became catastrophic as a variety of sugar refining companies began to collapse. This would have been bad enough, yet the currency reserve itself had been slowly depleted to make these very loans. By 1920, as the Philippine peso began to trade unofficially at 12 cents to the dollar, even the governor became concerned. 116. I find your various cablegrams and letters about the bank, he wrote to the BIA, and am seriously concerned about the continued depletion of the reserve fund. 117. By the end of December 1920, with 24.2 million Cuban pesos notes in circulation and 134.7 million Cuban pesos of deposits. The PNB and Insular Treasury had only 3.7 million Cuban pesos between them. 118. As one economist later wrote, a run seems to have been prevented by the knowledge that the insular government owned 94% of the capital stock of the bank, and that back of the immediate responsibility of the insular government was the moral responsibility of the government of the United States. 119. In the final accounting, the total losses amounted to more than 72 million Cuban pesos. The bank's capital had been completely wiped out. 120. Our examination thus far reveals the fact that the bank has operated during almost the entire period of its existence in violation of every principle which prudence, intelligence, and even honesty could dictate, the accounting firm Haskins & Sells later reported in its audit of the bank. 121. This dire situation at first led the U.S. Treasury through the BIA to demand an immediate reduction of the currency in circulation and an end to further loans by the PNB. Initially, Concepcion, the PNB's director, refused. "We must not lose sight of the fact," he wrote, "that this bank, unlike the others, on account of its being national, is in some way subordinated to the policy pursued by the government in the way of economic plans." 122. By late 1920, however, the news of the PNB's instability had become so severe that most banks were refusing to accept its drafts, a situation that became even more desperate after it was revealed a few months later that the manager of the PNB's Shanghai branch had lost nearly 10 million Cuban pesos in illegal currency speculation. 123. In 1922, the colonial government was forced to issue a 23 million Cuban pesos bond just to stabilize the currency, and even this was not enough. Much of the 12 million Cuban pesos Manila Port Works bonds as well as the 20 million Cuban pesos public improvement bonds were also used to prop up the currency. 124. In the end, the PNB debacle increased the bonded debt of the Philippine government by nearly 40 million Cuban pesos. 125. More damaging, however, was the support this banking collapse gave to the Harrison administration's Republican critics, most notably Cameron Forbes. Harrison and Quezon's efforts to use the financial and political autonomy of the colonial state to bootstrap the Philippines into stability and development had backfired in a spectacular way. With the election of Warren Harding, the Republicans returned to Manila in 1921. Cameron Forbes and the new Governor-General, Leonard Wood, were dispatched to assess the Philippines' readiness for independence. Although they made a thorough tour of the islands, their conclusion was preordained: the Philippines was not ready for independence. 126. The PNB was marked out for special opprobrium, with their lengthy report describing it as one of the most unfortunate and darkest pages in Philippine history. 127. Now, they concluded, with the currency reserves depleted and the peso practically a fiat currency, only the colony's status as a possession of the United States was preventing total financial collapse. As Dean Worcester would write later, in an attack on Wilson and Harrison that seems to capture the blinding fury of the former Republican-era colonial officials. For 7 years after 1913, authority to direct and control the actual government of the Philippine Islands was vested in 2 Virginians. One had followed an academic career until it led him to the White House. The other had become a Tammany congressman. Both, however, were blood and bone of the Old Dominion, and of Jeffersonian democracy. Principal and agent, these 2 Southerners translated their philosophy of politics and of life into law and administration in a distant dependency where they were practically uncontrolled either by the immediate consequences of their acts, or by any effective public opinion at home. Only because the American Congress exercises final authority over the Philippine Islands did they fail to carry their policy to its logical conclusion, the complete separation of the Philippines from the United States. 128. In many ways, Worcester's assessment was right. Harrison's power in the islands was largely unchecked by public opinion or congressional oversight, but he had only built upon the tools of autonomous colonial government left to him by his Republican predecessors, of whom Worcester was one. If the Taft and Forbes-era Republicans had used a variety of creative arrangements to draw the Philippines in closer to the United States, Harrison had relied on a similarly autonomous capacity in his attempt to move it quickly along the road to independence. Few of his initiatives, the purchase of the railways, the establishment of a national bank, and the use of that bank's capital to issue millions of pesos worth of bad loans, would have been possible without the colonial state's long relationship to American capital, and its network of BIA officials who had learned how to operate while attracting little notice from Congress. Although such autonomy was put in the service of a decidedly different ideological agenda, Harrison, if anything, was even more aggressive in developing the colonial government's autonomy within the restrictions set forth by Congress. Quezon and the Filipino elite were equally aware that the tools of autonomy could be leveraged to demonstrate Manila's fitness for independent rule. The consequence of their zeal was, of course, the banking collapse, but their ability to engage in such experiments was due to earlier efforts to bind the Philippines to the United States. Perhaps the chief result of the banking collapse was the support it gave conservative forces to delay Commonwealth status for the Philippines. The colonial government's finances would recover with the economic boom of the 1920s, but the legacy of the PNB failure lent credence to conservative voices for years. Indeed, Wood would spend most of his term in office engaged in internecine battles with Quezon and the Filipino elites in an attempt to slow this process. 129 After Harrison and Quezon's reforms, however, there was no question that the islands were headed for full home rule, but with the Republicans back in control, Quezon and his allies in Manila would need to wait for more than a decade until the Tidings, McDuffie Act of 1934 set the terms for full separation. Puerto Rico under Wilson, comparative assessment. Unlike the Philippines, there was little question that Puerto Rico would remain a permanent colony after the success of American plantation agriculture. Considering the dramatic changes in the Philippines, perhaps the most surprising development in Puerto Rico was that Wilson largely followed the policies of the previous administration. As discussed in Chapter 6, the BIA had resumed control of the island at the beginning of the Taft administration, and it now moved to present citizenship as a panacea for political unrest in the colony. Only citizenship, the agency claimed, would end the calls for independence from the Union Party and retain Puerto Rico permanently as a territory of the United States. 130 Consequently, Wilson's appointees worked to speed the Philippines along on the path to independence. In Puerto Rico, they worked to quell unrest and bind the island closer to the United States while permitting a small number of liberal reforms. The new governor, Arthur Yeager, a former classmate of Wilson's at Johns Hopkins, appointed more Puerto Ricans to the Executive Council and maintained a cordial relationship with the Unionists. He also worked with William Jones of the House Insular Affairs Committee and Resident Commissioner Muñoz Rivera to draw up the new Organic Act. The administration's proposal was certainly more liberal than the BIA's preferred legislation, but it still left the American governor firmly in charge of the island. Moreover, citizenship was offered to guarantee permanent colonialism, and neither Congress nor Wilson had any interest in providing Puerto Rico with a path to statehood. As Jones himself declared, if Puerto Rico were admitted to statehood there would be 2 senators and at least half a dozen Puerto Rican representatives, and the fear exists that they might exercise a decisive influence in the United States Congress and practically enact laws for the government of the United States. 131 Such a possibility, it seems, left statehood with almost no support in Washington. The Jones-Shafroth Act of 1917, passed 1 year after the Philippines' Jones Act, did provide citizenship for all Puerto Ricans, except to those who affirmatively objected. The Jones Act provided Puerto Rico with an elected Senate, but it also allowed the colonial governor a veto and provided Congress with the right to annul any laws passed by the 2 Puerto Rican assemblies. 132 Despite the bill's importance to Puerto Ricans, it received scant attention from the Senate, which was primarily concerned with the war in Europe. Only a dozen senators showed much interest in the debate, and even John D. Shafroth, chairman of the Senate Committee on Pacific Islands and Puerto Rico, remained woefully uniformed about basic details of colonial policy. 133 Although only 288 people refused American citizenship, most understood that the Jones Act was designed to keep Puerto Rico in permanent colonial status. It would not be pushed to independence like the Philippines, but it would also not be considered for statehood like Hawaii or other territories with significant white populations. 134 In large part, the Jones Act was a victory for the BIA. It retained control over Puerto Rico, but collective naturalization did little to achieve the BIA's goal of creating a contented colonial population. Those who favored independence felt trapped as it seemed that the island was doomed to remain a colony with limited self-government. Those who favored statehood were left to hope that the United States would eventually permit it to enter as a state, but few Puerto Ricans favored permanent colonial status. 135 The Philippines and Puerto Rico, of course, were not the only places where the supposedly internationalist Wilson administration would make use of its Republican predecessor's tools for greater executive autonomy in foreign policy. In the Caribbean, the failure of dollar diplomacy would trigger two formal invasions of the Dominican Republic and Haiti, as Wilson and Bryan attempted to discipline their quasi-colonies on the island of Hispaniola. Wilsonian dollar diplomacy. Soon after taking office, Woodrow Wilson made his objections to the Taft administration's dollar diplomacy arrangements perfectly clear. In a 1913 address at the Southern Commercial Congress in Mobile, he noted that Latin American nations have had harder bargains driven with them in the manner of loans than any other peoples in the world. Interest had been exacted of them, that was not exacted of anybody else, because the risk was said to be greater, and then securities were taken that destroyed that risk, an admirable arrangement for those who were forcing the terms. 136 If this did not suggest the new direction Wilson planned to take, the appointment of William Jennings Bryan as his Secretary of State certainly did. Dollar diplomacy, according to Bryan, was nothing more than a repudiation of the fundamental principles of morality. 137 The threat that the great commoner posed to the receivership system was hardly lost on American bankers. Brown Brothers and J.W. Seligman, which had so recently been persuaded by Knox to extend a loan to Nicaragua, threatened to pull out. At the very least, as one State Department official wrote to Assistant Secretary of State Huntington Wilson, they would extend no more credit in the absence of any knowledge of what the attitude of the incoming administration might be. 138 These, of course, were the exact fears that J.P. Morgan had expressed in 1905. Without a formal contract, how could bankers have any guarantee that their investments would be safe in a new administration? For his part, Huntington Wilson tried to smooth the transition and helpfully summarized the policy for the new secretary as intelligent teamwork. 139 Yet as the bankers would soon discover, they had little reason to worry. Both Wilson and Bryan embraced dollar diplomacy as a central tool in their own Caribbean policy, especially after the outbreak of the war in Europe seemed to make American dominance of the Caribbean all the more important. Bryan himself, it seems, did not have any serious objections to the idea of using loans to stabilize countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Rather, much like Governor General Harrison in the Philippines, he objected to the appearance that the state was doing the work of bankers. Soon after assuming office, he had proposed to Wilson that the United States should directly lend money to the Caribbean nations. If, for instance, in the stating of your policy, you propose, with the approval of Congress, that the government lend its credit, we will offer what no one else is in a position to offer, and show that our friendship is practical and sufficient, as well as disinterested. 140 Wilson, however, quickly rejected this idea as a novel and radical proposal. 141 Rather than repudiate the partnership with the bankers or question the wisdom of the receiverships, the Wilson administration recommended yet more loans and increased American control in the Caribbean. Indeed, even as evidence of the policy's spectacular failure presented itself in the Dominican Republic, the Secretary would recommend that Haiti, too, should be controlled through a receivership. The success of this government's efforts in Santo Domingo, he wrote to Wilson, would, it seems to me, suggest the application of the same methods to Haiti whenever the time is ripe. 142 His fellow Democrats met Bryan's curious support for dollar diplomacy with surprise and indignation. Despite a personal appeal from the commoner himself, the Senate refused to support a more comprehensive receivership agreement with Nicaragua, according to New York Times, on the ground that it is a return to the imperialism against which Secretary Bryan declaimed so vigorously in 1900. 143 Undeterred, Bryan pressed on, eventually arranging a tighter receivership agreement with Nicaragua and extending American control to Haiti. Even these modified arrangements, however, soon proved too unstable to be sustained. Wilson ordered the Marines to occupy Haiti, and, a year later, extended military control to the Dominican Republic and Nicaragua. In an irony that became so familiar in later decades, the United States now needed to erect a formal colonial state to defend, with bullets, a policy designed to achieve hegemony through peaceful and informal means. Yet how this came about owes much to the convenience Bryan and Wilson found in the dollar diplomacy relationships established by their predecessors. Haiti under American occupation. A move to bring Haiti under a dollar diplomacy protectorate was underway well before Wilson took office. As the dollar diplomacy partnerships became an increasingly common practice, bankers became more willing to invest in less stable markets. Nowhere was this more evident than in Haiti. For decades, French banks had served Haiti's financial needs and France remained the Republic's principal trading partner. This began to change in 1909, when National City and Spire agreed to buy $800,000 worth of bonds from the German-owned Plain du Cul-de-Sac Railroad. In November of that same year, Spire and National City had also attempted to secure control of the Haitian Banque Nationale, but lost out to a consortium of German investors who proceeded to float a new Haitian loan of 65 million francs. 144 By 1909, however, both Spire and National City had long-standing relationships with officials in the American foreign policy state, which they could now draw on to challenge their European rivals. Roger L. Farnham, a vice president at National City and the new president of the Haitian National Railroad, brought the Americans' objections to the State Department, where he skillfully invoked the specter of French and German influence in the Caribbean. 145 Politics more than economics was at the heart of the State Department's concerns. American investment in Haiti was negligible, amounting to less than 0.5% at this point. 146 Consequently, the State Department let it be known that it would object to any bank reorganization that did not give Americans at least a 50% share and control of the new Haitian bank. In January 1911, the Europeans agreed to these new terms, and Americans soon replaced the French as the directors of the newly recapitalized Banque Nationale. Farnham's plan, it seems, was to close a loan to refinance Haitian debts, while guaranteeing collection through the establishment of a Dominican-style receivership. Although the Taft administration had opposed such arrangements, the situation changed dramatically when Farnham himself became Bryan's chief advisor on Haiti. 147 Bryan feared that a Haitian default would lead to European intervention in the Caribbean, and he now found the earlier dollar diplomacy arrangements an attractive tool to secure Haiti without involving Congress, while professing to the American legation in Haiti that this government was actuated wholly by a disinterested desire to render assistance. 148 Of course, part of the reason for Haiti's instability was due to the fact that its payments on its foreign debt took up nearly 80% of its revenue. 149 By 1914, further political instability in Haiti and the intransigence of its leader, Davilmar Theodore, left Bryan open to suggestions by Farnham that an economic collapse in Haiti would give the French and German governments a reason to intervene. In December of that year, the secretary quickly approved a request from the National City Bank to remove $500,000 of the bank's gold reserve funds and to transport them to New York on an American gunboat. Farnham, however, was not satisfied, and he continued to draw attention to possible French and German interests in Haiti. Bryan, for reasons that remain entirely inexplicable, seems to have bought Farnham's agitprop and began to fear that France and Germany, two countries then at war, would combine forces to take the Haitian harbor of Mole Saint-Nicolas. 150 To be sure, Bryan's motivation was less about advancing American banking interests than in achieving order, stability, and American supremacy in the Caribbean, particularly because Haiti shared the island of Hispaniola with the Dominican Republic, which was already under American control. Wilson and Bryan were anxious to gain control of Mole Saint-Nicolas, if not for the American Navy which already had Guantanamo Bay in Cuba, then to prevent foreign powers from securing it. He now wrote to Wilson to propose a plan similar to that adopted in Santo Domingo, namely, send a commission down there to bring the leaders together into agreement upon a provisional president, with a view of holding an election to be supervised by us, the choice of the people to be recognized and supported, as in Santo Domingo. 151 Although Robert Lansing, who assumed the position of Secretary of State in June 1915, was less trusting of Farnham, he was, in the words of historian Hans Schmidt, an ardent Germanophobe in his own right, which did nothing to put the United States off the path to intervention. 152 The situation deteriorated even further when a gruesome civil war tore Haiti apart, and resulted in the overthrow of Haitian President Villebron-Guillaume Sam in July 1915, the pretext used for intervention. 153 On July 28, 1915, Rear Admiral William B. Caperton landed in Port-au-Prince with over 300 Marines. The Haitian government was forced to sign a treaty accepting an American financial advisor and customs receiver who would now be given control over its revenues and expenditures, a treaty that was approved by the U.S. Senate, which believed that German interests were waiting in the wings. 154 This decision ushered in an American military occupation that would last until 1934. Within a few weeks of Caperton's landing, the Americans had secured control of the Haitian government's revenues and customs houses in Port-au-Prince and other coastal towns. 155 Wilson and Secretary of State Lansing had few concrete plans, aside from protecting Haiti from the threat of a German invasion, and stabilizing the Haitian state until a friendly president could be elected. 156 After being refused by several prominent Haitians, Philippe Sudre d'Ardeguenave, the president of Haitian Senate, was persuaded to serve under U.S. protection, and assumed the office in August 1915 while the entire country was placed under martial law. The terms of the treaty soon followed the basic blueprint for American occupations and were dictated to d'Ardeguenave and the Haitian government: financial control through a customs receivership, a local constabulary with America officers, and American management of public works. 157 As in the Dominican Republic, the occupation government labored to maintain the fiction that Haiti remained a sovereign nation, a political necessity to avoid congressional scrutiny. The Haitian police force or Gendarmerie de Haiti, for example, remained officially part of the Haitian government. In fact, even the U.S. Marine Corps officers in charge of the units were officially given commissions by Haiti. 158 As the tortured language of the Gendarmerie Agreement explained, all American officers of the Gendarmerie shall be appointed by the President of Haiti upon nomination by the President of the United States, and will be replaced by Haitians when they have shown by examination that they are fit for command. 159 These Marine officers in the Gendarmerie were given a unit of Haitian soldiers and ruled over their assigned jurisdictions with nearly unlimited power. One American civilian would later recall that the Marine officers in the Gendarmerie became judge, paymaster, director of schools, and tax collector to towns throughout Haiti. 160 Yet American military officials, from the most junior Marine to senior officers in the Navy, rarely received clear instructions from Washington. In the early months of the occupation, for example, Admiral Caperton himself seemed utterly bewildered by the state of the occupation. Writing from his flagship in June 1916 to the American customs receiver in Port-au-Prince, Caperton confessed that he had heard little from Washington and felt entirely in the dark. 161 Even by December 1917, the situation had not improved. As Brigadier Commander Eli K. Cole wrote, "It is very unfortunate, from my point of view, that I have absolutely no knowledge as to the policy that our government desires to follow in regard to Haiti." 162 With Haiti under U.S. control, the State Department next moved to refund its debt. The National City Bank made the rather extraordinary demand that these new Haitian bonds be designated by the Treasury Department as security for public bank deposits and that the U.S. receivership remain in Haiti during the entire life of the bonds. 163 Although the United States did not make a formal commitment to remain in Haiti for that long, the flyer advertising the bond sale emphasized the structure of the receivership and the moral commitment of the United States to supervise repayment. 164 With the focus on the war in Europe, however, the creation of a new occupation government in Haiti occurred almost without notice from Washington or the press. As one historian writes, following the 1921-22 reorganization, the occupation emerged as a static, internally disciplined institution capable of efficiently sitting on Haiti. There were few spectacular developments or changes in American policy until the strikes and riots of 1929. 165 Left alone, the occupation adopted what had now become a blueprint for American quasi-colonies, and emerged with a nearly obsessive focus on road building, eventually constructing a 170-mile road from Port-au-Prince to Cap Haitien, in the hope that Haiti would become attractive for American investment. The little development that was achieved, however, was always in service to Haiti's debts, the bonds that were sold by National City to refinance its former debt. Political uprisings in 1929 would eventually lead to U.S. withdrawal in 1934, but for over a decade, Haiti would remain under American control and make faithful payments on the new debts it had accepted at gunpoint. The occupation of Haiti was motivated by strategic concerns, but the model embraced by Bryan and Wilson was the one developed by their Republican predecessors in the Philippines and the Dominican Republic. It was attractive precisely because it asked Congress for so little. Although the Senate did approve the 1915 treaty, American obligations in this case were relatively minor. Even the bond itself was not technically guaranteed by the U.S. Treasury, as was the case with other colonial bonds. The use of this private money, however, left the United States supporting a military government that even its own Marine officers found exploitative. Smedley Butler, who served as the first commander of the occupation government, would later describe the U.S. occupation government as a glorified bill-collecting agency. 166 Haitians themselves would finally make this dollar diplomacy policy expensive and politically embarrassing for the United States, and a series of uprisings in 1929 and a vicious crackdown by the occupation government led the United States to look for a quick exit by the 1930s. For well over a decade, however, the receivership model pioneered by Roosevelt and Root kept Haiti under American control, and would poison United States-Haitian relations for the remainder of the 20th century. 16. The fragility of the Dominican receivership model was apparent well before Wilson took office. Dominican President Ramon Caceres was assassinated in November of 1911, prompting a scramble for the presidency by regional leaders throughout the island and leaving the Dominican receivership insecure. 167 Although President Taft and his Republican administrators downplayed these tensions, it was clear by the beginning of the Wilson administration that the situation had become untenable. The United States initially responded to this instability by orchestrating the dismissal of one Dominican president and pressed his successor, Juan Jimenez, to agree to enhanced powers for the American financial advisor and the appointment of a second American as Director of Public Works. Such reforms were, according to officials in the Wilson administration, intended to stabilize the Dominican government and allow it to continue to faithfully service its debt. When the Dominican Congress balked at this plan, the State Department responded by demanding even further power for its American representatives, including a command that the Dominican armed forces be disbanded and replaced, as had been done in the Philippines, with an American-controlled constabulary force. 168 such demands did not receive a welcome reception in the Caribbean, although President Jimenez was more receptive than the Dominican Congress. Jimenez's Minister of War, General Desiderio Arias, eventually moved against the president and took effective control of Santo Domingo, a state of affairs entirely unacceptable to the American-controlled receivership. 169 In November of 1916, the commander of the Navy's Atlantic Cruiser Force, Captain Harry Knapp, was ordered to Santo Domingo. On arrival, Knapp declared a military government and effectively seized control of the Dominican state, declaring that he had arrived to return the Dominican Republic to a condition of internal order that will enable it to observe the terms of the treaty. 170 Although the final push for formal intervention was due to a number of factors, fears of possible German influence during World War I and the need to protect the receivership and American bonds played a major role. As in Haiti, the military government received little attention from Washington. The goals of this intervention, however, aside from maintaining timely payments to the Dominican Republic's creditors, were never spelled out, leaving most decisions to the American administrators on the ground. The fact that the BIA recruited the vast majority of the local American officials from the Philippines meant that policies pioneered in Manila were quickly adopted in Santo Domingo. Along with the usual focus on road construction and the training of a constabulary force, the military government attempted to improve trade with the United States by convincing the Dominican Congress to lower tariff rates an average of 38%, and removing all duties on a number of products, such as agricultural and industrial machinery. 171 This was intended to provoke a reciprocal agreement from the United States, one that would never arrive. Another thing that would not arrive was the economic prosperity long promised by the American government as a reward for Santo Domingo's punctilious payment of its debts. A dramatic fall in commodity prices in the early 1920s left Dominican sugar and tobacco growers facing major losses. As government revenues collapsed, the American military officials were now forced to ask Washington to authorize another series of loans simply to continue paying its bills. Millions more were authorized, with a hefty percentage going to the American bankers who originated the loans, putting the DR in further debt. But even with this new infusion of cash, the military government continued to operate in the red until its dissolution in 1924. 172 The cause of the final withdrawal and the return of Dominican sovereignty was due primarily to Dominican nationalists who wasted no opportunity to bring attention to the incompetence of the American military government. The nationalists and their American allies were well aware that making the military government a national political issue was the surest way to guarantee a swift American departure. During 1920, Dominican writers and journalists continued to protest American rule, leading to domestic crackdowns by the military government, which only inflamed Dominican nationalism. By 1922, even Washington was looking for a swift exit from Santo Domingo. 173. Wilsonian Empire. In 1921, the Senate launched an investigation into the occupations of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, as well as the role of bankers and foreign policy bureaucrats in developing the policies that led to the invasions. 174 Ironically, a policy designed to extend American hegemony on the cheap and to avoid congressional scrutiny became both expensive and highly politically visible. Yet Congress's actions came well after the damage had been done. Although both Republican and Democratic Congresses had opposed any suggestion that bankers' bonds were guaranteed by the state, insular bureaucrats were able to develop creative institutional arrangements that effectively provided the same assurances. Congress's attempts to limit further extensions of the American empire by refusing to approve even moderate treaties, however, only motivated foreign policy bureaucrats to rely on their private partners all the more. In the Philippines, the financial autonomy established by earlier Republican officials was embraced by the new Democratic administrators to push the Philippines along a path to development, a situation that nearly ended with the collapse of colonial finances. Such progressivism by the sword would end as politically costly and counterproductive failures, a collective achievement of the Roosevelt, Taft, and Wilson administrations. 175 For bankers, however, the collapse of the receivership system did little to temper their enthusiasm for securities in Latin America. In the 1920s, as the speculative fever in financial circles spread, they sold hundreds of millions of dollars of sovereign bonds to American investors. 176 The increased stability of the Latin American bond market that was due, in part, to dollar diplomacy contributed to this speculation, which itself would contribute to the onset of the Great Depression as the investor confidence in sovereign bond offerings began to evaporate at the close of the decade. By the 1920s, the dream that formal colonialism would advertise the power and success of American institutions was dead. As the empire became a political liability for both Republicans and Democrats, even many of its early architects, Elihu Root chief among them, had reconsidered their position. The occupation of the Dominican Republic came to an abrupt end in 1924. Financial difficulties, combined with the efforts of Dominican nationalists to embarrass and obstruct the military government, led the Harding administration to support a quick exit, and on September 18, 1924, the last Marines left Santo Domingo. Haiti would face a longer occupation than the Dominican Republic, primarily because there seemed to be no clear way to guarantee the debt of American bondholders without a military presence. After a 1922 reorganization, the occupying Marines continued to implement the legacy policies of American imperialism, road building and the punctilious payment of debts, with little instruction or interest from Washington. By 1929, however, strikes and riots had made the situation untenable, and by 1930 President Herbert Hoover began to push for an American departure. Any exit hinged on the transfer of the Banque Nationale back to Haiti. Yet the advent of the Great Depression left the National City Bank, the Haitian Banque Nationale's American owner, with few options as it became increasingly clear that, as one State Department official reported, President Hoover wished to withdraw from Haiti bag and baggage immediately if possible. 177 When the sale of the Banque Nationale to Haiti was finalized in 1935, the Marines promptly withdrew. Although the exit from Haiti was due to Depression-era fatigue more than to a change in policy, it was celebrated by American officials as a positive example of President Hoover's new good neighbor policy. 178 As the Caribbean occupations came to an end, the question of Philippine independence took center stage. By the 1930s, there was little question that the Philippines would gain its Commonwealth status soon, and even the anti-independence groups were only working to delay the inevitable. The Depression, more than any gesture of goodwill, was the primary factor in finally pushing Congress to grant independence. The Hoover and later the Roosevelt administrations were eager to end criticism from American farmers that they were competing with Philippine agricultural producers, or from laborers who worried that Filipino immigration would take jobs from white Americans. Roosevelt expressed the sentiment of many in Congress and his administration in a confidential meeting as the final details of the Philippine Independence Bill were being hammered out. "Let's get rid of the Philippines," the president said, "that's the most important thing. Let's be frank about it." 179 For its part, Congress, in the words of one historian, now desired independence from the Philippines, complete and absolute, by a certain date. It was incapable of imagining the process of decolonization as taking more time, or requiring more care, than that which it had already prescribed. 180 Although the exact terms of the Independence Bill took some time to work out, few in Congress had any interest in retaining control over the islands. Finally, in 1934, the Tidings-McDuffie Act was passed. It granted the Philippines Commonwealth status and total independence from the United States within 10 years. The age of American formal empire, which had been advertised as a great triumph of the American system, would end less than 40 years later in a series of military withdrawals and hastily considered legislation. Conclusion. The trouble is people in the United States don't care anything about the Philippines. After the war excitement subsided, people sank back into indifference. Wilson was inclined to do the opposite of what the Republicans had done. Harrison was sent there with the democratic theory of immediate return of the islands to their people. This theory was not reached by consideration but by prejudice against the Republicans. When a democracy undertakes to govern a colony or undertakes to carry on foreign affairs, they do it damned badly. Elihu Root 1. By the end of their lives, Elihu Root and Theodore Roosevelt would both reach the same conclusion about formal imperialism: it was incompatible with American democracy. Yet they arrived at this belief not because they considered their theories of progressive, tutelary empire to be flawed, or because they found imperialism to be incompatible with the American liberal tradition. As Root explained, the structure of American mass democracy with its system of competing political parties, the provincial focus of most members of Congress, and the general indifference of the public made a rational, centralized colonial policy impossible. Democracy, to borrow a favorite phrase of Theodore Roosevelt's, was always the empire's heel of Achilles. Roosevelt's eldest son, Theodore Roosevelt Jr., who served as governor of Puerto Rico and the Philippines in the 1930s, eventually reached the same conclusion as his father. Walter Lippmann, in his preface to Roosevelt Jr.'s memoir, described it as a confession that the imperialistic dream of 1898 has proved to be unrealizable, that the management of an empire by a democracy is impossible. 2. If there was anything exceptional about American imperialism, it did not come from the metropole's liberal culture or democratic traditions. Although American administrators frequently wrapped themselves in the mantle of Jeffersonian democracy, the empire they created was designed to limit democratic checks and to operate with limited input from colonized peoples and from their own duly elected representatives in Congress. Empire, of course, was not new to the United States, but the acquisition of overseas colonies that were never intended for white settlement demanded new systems of state authority. Unlike the American settler empire created on the North American continent, the imperialism that would take root after the Spanish-American War developed, in part, as an inter-institutional battle between Congress and the executive. In the end, it was the struggle within the structure of the constitutional system that most directly shaped the American empire. A central claim of this book is that we must understand the imperial experiment as a formative moment in American state development. The American empire created a new political space that was seen by some officials as an abundant opportunity to increase the relative power of the executive in foreign affairs. Scholars traditionally think of institutions as sources of stability, but new responsibilities in governance can also present opportunities for new systems of authority to form. As Karen Oren and Stephen Skowronek write, such moments may create a new distribution of authority among persons or organizations within the polity at large or between them and their counterparts outside. 3. And as we have seen, past actions by Congress and the bureaucracy changed the options available to the president and executive bureaucracies in the projection of American power and the governance of overseas colonies. Each new expansion required a renegotiation among Congress, the president, and the relevant bureaucracies, but the temporal dimension dictated what options were available at each time. Past fights changed the future rules and strategies. This book has explained key moments in the development of American empire as strategic moves by the president and executive officials to maximize their discretion over American foreign affairs, while minimizing congressional supervision. A series of strong presidents, Theodore Roosevelt in particular, certainly played a role in this outcome. Roosevelt himself was famously boastful about his convictions in support of an expansive executive, remarking to one British statesman in 1908 about his actions in expanding the reach of U.S. empire, "In all these cases I have felt not merely that my action was right in itself, but that in showing the strength of, or in giving strength to, the executive, I was establishing a precedent of value." 4. Yet these changes were not due to force of personality alone. Had American insular state bureaucrats remained passive actors, the empire might have taken a very different form. There were, after all, few congressional pressures to do much more than maintain order. Ironically, Congress's restrictions on the power of colonial officials gave rise to new institutions that limited its oversight and proved difficult to control. As Roosevelt explained in 1906, some of the things the Senate does really work to increase the power of the executive. In this nation, as in any nation which amounts to anything, those in the end must govern who are willing actually to do the work of governing, and insofar as the Senate becomes a merely obstructionist body, it will run the risk of seeing its power pass into other hands. 5. Now Congress, which had dominated American foreign relations for the second half of the 19th century, was left with few tools and limited capacity to direct the American external state. By 1917, merely 2 decades after the Spanish-American War, a French social scientist observed that Roosevelt's successor, Woodrow Wilson, exercises a virtual dictatorship in foreign policy. 6. In an age of congressional power, the executive's dominance of foreign affairs could not be assumed, it had to be built. By delegating most responsibility for overseas colonial administration, but restricting access to domestic state resources, Congress motivated colonial state officials to seek out new sources of power. Most members of Congress had little direct interest in America's overseas empire and were concerned, first and foremost, with protecting domestic constituencies. Although similar public-private partnerships were central to an earlier period of overland expansion, their proximate cause in this era was the inability of colonial bureaucrats to secure sufficient domestic state support for their ambitious agenda. Faced with such limited support, insular state bureaucrats formed partnerships with bankers that were based on an implied, if not legal, guarantee of their investments. Through their own organizational efforts, resulting mainly from their belief that the United States should become a great power, insular state bureaucrats developed an independent civil service, a separate revenue base, an independent currency, and the ability to raise funds through Wall Street bond sales. The development of this institutional capacity allowed executive officials to continue to expand the American empire even in the face of public indifference and congressional obstructionism. In the Philippines and Puerto Rico, colonial state officials gained access to private American capital through bond sales to finance infrastructure improvements. In the Dominican Republic and Haiti, private money was used to refinance sovereign debt and to bring these nations under informal American control. Yet the order that the receivership system promised proved illusory. This fragile autonomy, with its reliance on information control, private funds, and a set of ideas about the goals of empire, would eventually collapse. Indeed, stability would come not from attentive financial management by colonial state bureaucrats, but from the Marines ordered in by Woodrow Wilson. This story, then, shows how truly autonomous action is possible in the American constitutional system by a group of committed executive officials, but it also demonstrates that autonomy achieved through these means is unlikely to be sustainable over the long term. If there is anything hopeful to come out of this study, it is that colonized people recognized this, too. The financial collapse in the Philippines and the independence movements in Haiti and the Dominican Republic embarrassed the insular state, drew unwanted attention from Congress, and suggested that there was no easy path to imperial power. The soft underbelly of the American empire was not in Manila, Santo Domingo, or Port-au-Prince. It was in Washington. Mechanisms of rule. The theories advanced here show how the expansion and governance of the empire was shaped by the American system of separated powers, and how the empire was constructed with low administrative capacity and little public support. In this way, the development of American empire might be thought of as the negative image of Carpenter's theory of bureaucratic autonomy, one that suggests a sinister, but more tenuous, path to autonomous state action through the 3 mechanisms discussed in this book. Inconspicuous action. Executive officials exploit Congress's limited electoral incentives to invest in oversight by pursuing strategies to reduce attention and remain politically inconspicuous. State building through collaboration. Bureaucrats may pursue independent goals through the formation of collaborative partnerships to borrow the capacity of non-state actors. Ideas as goals. Shared policy paradigms serve as focal points and road maps for bureaucrats by clarifying goals, defining means and relationships, and holding coalitions together. One common thread that runs through the first two mechanisms is that they were motivated by congressional constraints on the power of executive officials to achieve an expansive empire. As the narratives in this book demonstrate, congressional opposition to imperial expansion profoundly shaped the development of empire, primarily through ex-ante adjustments by the president and colonial bureaucrats to avoid congressional scrutiny. In the final analysis, it is clear that these restraints were strong, the bureaucrats were not willing to flout Congress's will directly, and congressional opposition made the creation of an enduring American empire significantly more difficult. This fear of congressional sanction, however, led presidents and executive officials to construct a foreign policy state by exploiting Congress's short time horizons and by manipulating the salience of the empire question at home. Prevented from achieving their more ambitious goals by Congress, they pursued it through other means, by holding a monopoly on information about affairs in the colonies, by acting to minimize public attention and to avoid congressional scrutiny, and by raising private capital when Congress proved unwilling to provide public funding. To continue to increase American influence in international affairs in the face of a hostile and intransigent Congress, in other words, insular officials took advantage of Congress's focus on domestic concerns by controlling information and by asking for few domestic state resources. The result was that the BIA was able to achieve many of its goals for an expansive American empire, at least in the short term. Although presidential power was enhanced through this experience of imperialism, none of the presidents in this period paid particularly careful attention to colonial policy. Roosevelt, for example, largely deferred to Root and Taft in all matters relating to the empire, and Wilson seems to have left the Philippines entirely in the hands of Harrison. Much of this story, then, is a story of the response of bureaucrats to these congressional constraints. The actions of state elites were, initially, driven by their unfruitful interactions with Congress, and in this sense they were, at least in the early days of the empire, forced to be free. 7. The result of this, however, was the creation of new forms of capacity that allowed them to begin implementing their own imperial policies. Yet as the narratives here have shown, these new forms of capacity rested on fragile foundations that would soon collapse. In the end, it was not American cultural traditions but American institutions that shaped the empire's development. Although the dream of long-lasting formal empire would, of course, collapse in the 1920s, these decades of colonial rule laid the foundations for an executive-dominated national security state that would emerge after World War II. After all, the lessons of formal imperialism could have hardly been lost on officials such as Sumner Welles, who served as Special Commissioner to the Dominican Republic's occupation government and later served as Under-Secretary of State for Franklin D. Roosevelt, or Henry Stimson, who served as Secretary of War under Taft and Governor of the Philippines under Herbert Hoover before he became Secretary of War during World War II. American Empire and Progressivism. In light of the importance placed on ideas in this study, the last of the explanatory mechanisms, it seems right to conclude with a reflection on the role of progressivism in the creation of American imperialism. As intellectual historians have long pointed out, progressive ideas and social policies traveled easily between Europe and the United States, and reforms in one place often influenced those in the other. 8. As the narratives presented here suggest, these ideas also traveled to the colonial periphery and shaped the empire in powerful ways. The architects of American imperialism found in these progressive ideas a justification for a vision of imperialism that would demonstrate to the world the genius of American administration and the benevolence of American culture. One can only understand their antithetical goals of bringing democracy to colonized societies and implementing programs of social control if one understands that these were also goals of domestic progressives. Participation was valued so long as complex decisions were reserved for experts. To be sure, they wanted the United States to become a great power, but these strategic motivations were no less dear to them than their ambitious plans to remake their colonies and protectorates in the image of the United States itself. It was crucial that domestic and international audiences see America's approach to imperialism as more enlightened and far more democratic than its European rivals. As journalist and historian Carlton Beals wrote in his 1932 classic Banana Gold, the credo of the imperialist is simple: he believes that the United States represents the final word in human perfection, that all Americans are always honest, and that nearly all foreigners are devious and dishonest, that all Americans are brave and most foreigners cowards. He believes in good roads, sanitation, the strict enforcement of the law, stability, work, machinery, efficiency, the punctilious payment of debts, and democracy. The imperialist at work abroad is muddle-headed, but he is fantastically honest. The shining aura of the crusade always mantles all his acts. 9. The result was their obsessive focus on infrastructure, sound money, public health, and elementary education. That some of these programs were beneficial to colonized people cannot be denied. Yet whatever the benefits gained from American investments in education and health, these reforms were imposed on people to demonstrate the genius of American culture. Indeed, many of them, from elementary education to the construction of roads and railroads, were developed in the hope that the colonies would emerge as desirable places for American investment. The truth, as Mark Twain understood in 1901, is that there never was anything particularly benevolent or tutelary about America's system of imperialism. This blessing soft civilization trust, like its rival European regimes, ultimately survived through violence and existed for the benefit of a small number of metropolitan elites. 10.